Okay.
All right, let's jump right in then.
Stream is live.
So, you find yourselves at the Sir Pool camp. A few hours to go to the wedding. Is there anything anyone wants to do before heading there?
Yes, I had a couple rolls.
Oh yeah, you have a couple of rolls.
Love it. I'm just gonna roll two.
Yep.
2d20 for those. One passed. I got a 19 and 11.
Okay.
So I get, I think, one of the
Yeah.
scrolls.
Yeah.
So I crafted a scroll of dark vision.
Okay.
For one of you guys.
Let me know if it's too loud, by the way. For you.
It's
It lasts
it's
for
a
8
little.
hours. It lasts for 8 hours.
Okay. Who needs Merek and Lisbeth or two?
Do you have something that lights up?
I have it. Oh, my axe only lights up if she gives me the infusion of the radiant weapon.
Okay.
So I'm
Which
kinda-
you have permanently.
But
He
they're
needs
both-
ranged attacks.
He needs to see.
Before we go in, I'm going to use that scroll, like, just before we...
Merek?
Yeah, like, just before we get there. I'm basically
Okay,
going
so
to
you have
cast
60 feet of dark vision
for 8 hours.
for 8 hours.
What is
So you can just... Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just need the starting time of the wedding.
So
I need a scroll
Hopefully
of depth
they'll-
perception.
Sorry?
I need a scroll of depth perception.
you think the wedding, quote unquote, starts around 6.
Yes.
So it's currently 3. So if he's cast it on you now, then
Oh, he's cast.
I'd cast it, like, right before... Maybe if we're, like, pulling up there, essentially. Like, right before we get there.
okay.
And then I did not, like, write anything or do anything, but I thought of outfits for everyone. I sent some pictures of a few of them.
That's what I'm wearing.
I didn't, like, actually work it up. So I did, like, a wolf. I was doing basically, like, a wolf fur coat for Lisbeth. You're too big for anything else. I think I was doing, like, a green kind of huntsman's outfit for you. I sent you the picture. I sent you the picture of that. I didn't think of anything for
I had
the
vestments.
two of you. And then I was thinking, like, a white and black, like, pantsuit for Chance.
Nice.
That's what I was thinking. So,
That's classy.
so Sid would, like, have all those laid out in one of the, like, bedrooms, like, before we leave or something.
Awesome.
Love it. Anyone else do anything else before? You do notice that Van Richten and Esmeralda leave maybe a half hour early.
I am probably not going to get another chance to do this, so I would like to. I would like to do my divine intervention,
Okay.
possibly.
What does that do?
That means I get to ask my deity for anything,
Okay.
and it's up to you to decide what they do.
Perfect. Like my PC can do that.
As is tradition. No,
20
At
minutes.
least one time.
forgot to grab the hundreds, but
What'd you get?
a 2 and a 9. So
Okay.
I don't think either of those.
Either way.
Either way.
The one last thing with at least my clothing, I was hoping I could sew. I think I'd mentioned this. Sew a component pouch into the assemble a component pouch into, like, the lining of the coat.
Oh, spirit points as well.
Mhm.
For our weps.
Charm ward.
Charm ward.
Everyone taking charm ward?
I already have
It
charm.
might not help us if we don't have our weapons, but might as well just give it a
You
shot.
get 'em, yeah, I want that charm.
So what does it do exactly? Because I think
Just roll for the advantage.
Yeah.
On charm.
I think I already
You might
have
not
advantage.
have
Yeah,
to help
I
you.
do.
Forgot we had a spirit.
This is not.
Yes, we had
I'm so sorry.
There's Death Ward, there's Charm Ward, there's Quick. I think Quick was 2 points, maybe.
Yeah.
I will.
Quick is
give you
1
that,
point,
like,
actually.
Oh, Quick is 1 point?
I think Quick is 1
Quick's
point.
pretty good.
I might take quick then.
It gives you it gives you advantage on initiative rolls.
Because Cormac has. Wait, let me see. Yeah, Quick is 1 point.
All right. So as you
Oh, so the only thing I wanted to do was, so I can craft 2 poisons in the downtime that we had.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna add those to my inventory if that's fine. The other thing, Reeves, do I have to tell Jeff what you did? Or did you tell him?
Okay, yeah. So Reeves is going to do 2 things.
Okay. Well, I'll do my stuff.
Okay,
so-
you do your stuff.
Yeah, so Merek would have made some poisons, obviously, because I can make one every rest. So
Yeah.
that would have made 2. He would have prayed and, like, reflected a lot to the Huntress.
Okay.
And what he would have actually done in his downtime was he would have carved a bunch of huntress idols out of wood, and he would have hung them up in like the best decaying tree he could have found in the area.
Okay.
So literally like dozens of huntress idols strung up in a tree. And he would have obviously spent time with the rest of the party, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, that's pretty cool, though.
yeah, and that would be Merek's imprint on the land if he does not make it through the wedding.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I have.
Oh well, I don't know.
And Matt, what did you...
Okay. First thing I'm going to do is give a potion of slow death to Merek, and just say, thank you for everything you've done since joining us, and I know this is something that you've been trying to get your hands on. I've been holding it for as long as I can remember, and I can't think of anyone else who could put it to better use. So
Merek's gonna raise it up to the sky and look in the vial, and he's gonna look back at you. He's like, unfortunately, there is no slow enough death for Strahd von Zarevich, and he's gonna tuck it into his little poison belt there.
All right.
And I am going to put one last letter to my cousin, letting him know that this is possibly the last time I'll ever speak to him, one way or another. Things are about to wrap up in my time in Barovia. And
When you reach in, there is something that blinks within the page.
Whenever it is, I'll leave the letter behind. I'll try to grab what clinked and pull it out.
When you grab it, it is a vial with a reddish substance, of course. It is a potion of superior healing. It is 8d4 plus 8.
I will mutter a thanks to Hutro one last time as I fold up the bird cage, put it in my bag, and make my way to join the party.
All right.
Was that 8D?
8d4 plus 8?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
So, the road, it has been very fraught with peril. And as you make your way towards the castle, it is eerily quiet on this last journey to Ravenloft. You know that many have come before you. You can see the deep ruts in the ground in the Swallowage Road that tell so. And as the day darkens into dusk, the wind picks up and it howls like a child. You think Arabella, you think Freak, you think so many that have suffered under the hand of Strahd. Just as the weather would foretell, a cold and dismal rain begins to pelt down the entire valley of Barovia. It is almost as if it's swelling from the mere tears of those that suffer. Those tears quickly turn into a storm that thunders across the entire valley. But you notice the roads, they don't turn to mud. They don't worsen, and you make pretty good time. The closer you draw to Ravenloft, the quicker the wheels turn. The horses, Merek, you could tell, anxious. Castle Ravenloft, the belly of the beast. It looms in the east as if welcoming. The tallest of its spires hail you. As you approach, you notice the drawbridge. It's down. The gates are open. And so it has come to this. The darkest hour of your quest. You stand in the shadow of the devil himself. The road, it has been paved with blood, with broken hopes, with lost talents. Will you triumph over Strahd, or will you join the legion of fools buried beneath these very grounds? May your gods watch over you. May the strength of your arms, your courage, and your hearts be enough to overcome this final challenge. For here in Barovia, all is not well. And it can never be well so long as its valley, its people suffer under the curse of Strahd. Dare you end it.
Said the thing.
He said the thing.
Over the drawbridge and through the gates, the courtyard is thick with cold fog. The flagstones here slip. A lance of lightning reveals a hunched figure nearby, sheltering from the rain, nursing a small lantern. His monstrous face comes into view. His left cheek is not. Scales and ears belong to a panther. His feet are both human, but they're webbed like a duck's. His voice is no less hideous than his face. Ah, yes, it's you. Yes, well, welcome to Ravenloft. Your arrival, most anticipated indeed. And curious, the first invited, but the last to arrive. As you know, I am the Master's servant, Cyrus of Bellevue. Welcome. Oh, your horses. Yes, your horses. I'll take those. Yes, into the keep with you. Most anticipated. Oh, yes.
Upon meeting him a second time, does he remind us at all of the creatures from the
100%. You think family.
Merek.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Merek, knowing, has mentally prepared himself for this ordeal, and now he's much wiser. Will play along with the rest of the party as opposed to the other times that we came to Castle Ravenloft. He will take out 5 pieces of silver. He will give it to him.
Ooh.
And he will tell him, "You take the most care of these horses, kind sir." Which Merek has never talked like this before,
Love it.
as you know. So I will just remove 5 pieces of silver from my inventory.
Love it. Yeah, he kind of reaches out and grabs it, and you can tell his hand is quite steady. He kind of reaches for the horse's reins, and even they kind of draw back. You can tell, like, they're anxious in nature. Like,
Merek will pet them. And
let's do the first roll. And
Back on the horses.
animal handling. Okay, that is a +2 for
We
me.
talked to the abbot. We talked to them at the abbot. They were like mad at him. They like there was like a disagreement.
Yeah.
They didn't like
They
Cyrus.
didn't like
Yeah.
Cyrus.
That will be a 12.
Okay. Yeah, you manage to calm them enough to where he can kind of grab the reins, and he kind of starts walking. As he does, he points you towards the great doors of Ravenloft that are slightly ajar. You notice that light kind of spills out into the courtyard here. Two.
Everything ready?
Hey, lads.
And just realizing that my spirit weapon stuff is not on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I know. I was.
Oh, I can pull it.
So I'm just making sure I've got. I filled up my phone, so all of you.
We head in here. Remember, stay together. Watch each other's backs. Don't trust us. So we don't know what's waiting for us in here. We don't know what the deal is. Be patient. Be ready.
Yeah, I lied. I had picked my spirit point thing. Gripped. Cannot be made to drop this weapon.
Okay.
Yeah. But it says, you cannot be made to drop this weapon against your will.
And I just want to confirm, we had talked about, like, we were wishy-washy about protection from charm or whatever, charm ward.
Yeah.
I did take charm ward.
Okay.
I took quick. I think it's so just advantage on initiative.
Initiative. Yeah.
I'm already have advantage on charm.
So is everyone moving forward?
Mercer will step forward first.
Merek will follow after that speech.
Reeves is going to bring up the rear.
You just want to use it.
I'm kind of a little bit in the middle, but back.
Come in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Alright. We will do a marching order at some point, but it's not yet.
It's not need to be right now.
We're not needed yet.
We're on the edge.
I apologize for those sitting on this side.
No, it's
The
fine.
views are probably a little bit harder to see.
That's
we
great.
can switch to battle map views as well if we want. I think the scenes are always nice. So,
I can see it on the stream, so it's good.
Oh yeah.
as you step out from the dismal rain, Castle Ravenloft welcomes you with cold arms. And you notice there are corpses, clad in armor, and a very familiar figure, actually two familiar figures, standing in a hall. You notice there are what you assume to be 6 wights, each armed and armored, and they watch you as you enter. You notice slowly the doors kind of open from one of the side rooms. You see, again, a familiar figure, a smartly dressed dusk elf. You think now the last of this land. Rahadin, the Chamberlain of Castle Ravenloft, the mad dog of Devil's Strahd. You hear, deeper in the castle, music is playing. It's soft and mournful, but here in this cramped hall, all you can hear is wailing as Rahadin steps towards you. You think the wailing of the many victims that he put in the ground. As if almost bored, disappointed with you, he kind of gestures, and by the way, the second person that you recognize is an old lady that many of you would recognize from, some of you would recognize from walking in the streets of the village of Barovia.
The one who gave us the pastries?
It's almost as if bored with your arrival, Rahadin tones forward. Our most anticipated guests. Step forward, be recognized here in the House of Zarovich. Yes, wait, is everyone stepping forward? Or
Lisbeth will kind of whisper to Reeves because he's like closest. What you in here? Exactly. I didn't know we were so popular. It's his first time actually physically stepping foot in the castle.
Yep.
And he's pointing to the fact that everybody seems to know who you guys are, and he's like,
Merek's gonna cock his head, look at you, and go, "We almost died here."
he almost died everywhere.
He's gonna make like a symbol, like yay big.
Like this close.
No, like more like a circular object.
I'm trying to take a gear. We tried to pull a gear out of the statue.
Yeah, he's not gonna say it, but
But we helped solve the mystery one time. That plus everything that you've been a part of. We've been making some noise since we got here.
Can you, if I look behind me,
No.
can I see the lights of the 3 places we've cleansed pretty clearly?
no, you're inside the castle walls now.
Like on our way up.
On your way, you would
have seen
yeah.
it. It's probably very visible from
Yeah.
the castle.
Yeah.
Step forward, staring kind of daggers at Morgantha. I'm assuming Morgantha.
Yeah, but it's not for normal.
No, but we know.
Yeah.
But we know.
But we know.
We know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice Rahadin continues. As honored guests of Count Strahd, there are expectations to be had. Guest rights will not be ignored. Each of you must swear to the oath of hospitality, as tonight we celebrate a union. No harm shall come to you in these halls unless you provoke it, and the Lord of this house promises the same. Swear to me, here and now, at this hour, swear to me, as brother and servant of Strahd von Zarovich, Lord of this house, Lord of Barovia, swear to spill no blood, unsheath no sword, cast no magic, respect our host, and obey his laws. Swear to all of this, or be gone. You notice now, Morgantha, the old lady's eyes kind of like flicker back. You could tell that she's like whispering something.
Is Cormac recognize?
Yeah, can we tell what she's saying?
Wow, okay, yeah. Roll on. I think you can pretty easily take it.
That's a nat 20.
That's why we needed real dice.
You think she is casting detect.
I rolled a 21.
No, I can't because it is somatic. Oh, well. Could I potentially? I'm wondering if I could potentially counter that.
She know you were counting.
Maybe
her.
Without her
obvious. Yeah, I
I
don't
think
know.
it'd be pretty obvious.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, fuck it. Like, I'm just gonna look at her and like, for my
Okay.
They say no magic. Did she not take an oath?
You say that?
Well, yeah, actually, that's a good question.
She
I thought Elizabeth would know what magic is. Like,
Right,
would know that
probably
that's
do.
what she's doing. She's not really perceptive enough to realize that that's what she's
Yeah.
doing.
I was kind of thinking of asking the same thing.
if you were to ask,
Have all
he
made
tells you that
have all
she
made
is
the same
here.
oath.
She is here to see what I cannot.
His eyes.
When we enter, have all made the same oath.
Of course.
Inside check. 12 plus 5, 17.
Yeah, you believe him.
I believe him, but I can't tell if he's lying.
Yeah, he doesn't appear to be lying.
So we still have all of our equipment at this
So
point,
far,
right?
at this point.
Yeah, he's basically saying at this point,
Can't use
you
it.
need to give it up. Yeah, he's basically like asking everyone to set down all of their equipment. He said it'll be kept for safekeeping.
Is there other equipment we can see? We see the other equipment.
There's no other equipment to be seen in this hall.
We knew this was coming.
Yeah.
We don't like that.
As much as we don't like it, we knew it was coming.
Rahadin and Merek is like really trying to speak fancy here. My good gentleman,
Oh god, here he goes.
may I have a few times of your moments?
Oh, kudos for trying.
He kind of looks confused.
Like I just like point off to the side, gesturing that I want to talk to him.
You notice he kind of shakes his head. He says
Rude.
there are many events that need to happen.
How does
Can you give up your arrows and not your bow? Your bow's useless without the arrow.
give me a second. In that case, how comfortable is your lord with blood?
Oh, I know what he's doing.
How do you mean?
And then Merek will just explain the whole the whole what's going to happen after he relinquishes his weapon to him.
He kind of just starts smiling. He says it'll make the event even better.
Merek will steel himself, preparing for the oncoming onslaught of psychic damage that he will take.
Oh, no.
I know it's not much numbers-wise,
Yeah.
but flavor-wise, it is pretty taxing on him.
Yeah.
So, if you didn't remember, as soon as my bow is not on my person, I take psychic damage.
Yeah, but can you not give up your arrows? Your bow's kind of useless.
Merek wouldn't even suggest that. It is the bow. So,
Before he does
Crazy on
that,
your thing.
Mercer would like to just like before you even drop it, just put his hand on you and just turn the rod in. You're asking for respect, right?
Nods his head. He says, "This is an oath of non-violence,
And with respect comes trust. No?
which is why your safety is guaranteed in these halls."
Hey. And so will everyone else's. Then why must we turn in our weapons? I don't see any other weapons out here.
They've all already been put away.
And where would that be?
We put them wherever we find space.
sounds like a bit of
Now I just mentioned that trust thing here. Trust goes both ways.
They will be returned to you upon the conclusion of tonight's event.
and something unexpected will happen. As Mercer is conversing with them, Merek will be the first to put out his bow to go towards Rahadin, look at Mercer, and he goes, "My friend, all will be well." And he will pledge. Merek will be the first one to do it.
Okay.
I will drop the staff that I got
Mhm.
and back away.
More specific question is that specifically, do they want our weapons, or do they they're basically saying give up? Like, am I pulling the holy
Basically-
symbol off of my neck and like
They're
cancel
basically
literally everything?
so
Weapon casters. Weapon
you
casters, spellcasters.
you get a feeling as you back away. Morgantha kind of points at your bag.
Yeah.
You kind of get a feeling that
Yeah.
it is anything, including like poison,
Yeah.
anything,
Merek is like the bow was just the first thing.
Anything healing wise too.
I am
anything magical.
Stripping
Poison,
myself of
potions, that
everything.
includes
Chance would be like
Just pull out.
she just takes her bag.
Pull out your keep
puts
a
it down.
healer's kit.
Yeah.
It's not magical.
Yeah, it's not
Because I,
magical.
like I was telling you, I cast through the Tinker's tools.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I'll just put the staff that I got. It's like my weapon. No,
But then-
she got me.
So I'm gonna give my stuff, except I'm gonna keep the spyglass because it's not technically magical. I don't think.
I think it is, right?
You put your focus into it. Does that make it magical?
So focus is not magical. I don't think by default, unless Jeff says it. So that was kind of my question.
Like clock, spyglass.
It's like
It did the
those
vision
Silent
thing.
movies where
Yeah.
everybody's like stripping all their stuff off onto the table, and
Yeah.
you have one person.
I think once you
doing
have-
everything extra.
Once you have a spell, it doesn't.
Oh,
It's a call on whether a spell
Yeah.
focus is a
Yeah.
conduit or is actual magical item. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if an arcane focus
It
is
is a
technically a
spell
magical item.
focus.
I don't think so because with like a cleric, like an amulet can be your spellcasting focus, but it's not necessarily magical. It's still technically common
The
equipment.
first thing that like that this person said, which I kind of tend to agree with, but which is that it says like this person's ruled that they think an arcane focus is slightly magical and can be detected as such.
Okay.
But they're technically not the magic items.
I'm fine with what
Yeah.
I'm fine to give it up
I was
if
like,
that's the case. I'm basically not going to give up anything I don't have to. It's basically where my head's at.
Okay.
I'd give up my spear. I'd actually like. Is it stone floor here?
It is, yeah.
Okay. I will hand over the spear and my magical items.
Okay.
Do I have the elixir? I have elixir in my inventory, elixir of resilience, but is that not on me anymore?
Yeah, because I think I did that before the end of last session. I gave one to
Yeah.
Sid and I gave
So I
one
do
to...
have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Sid, I
You
gave
gave
it to you. Yeah.
Give me 2.
2?
I think so.
It should be 1 because I gave him something else.
I have elixir of resilience in my inventory.
Yeah.
But I just didn't.
Yeah, I think you gave me a healing one.
Yeah, that's right. So you should only have 1 each, I guess, because I couldn't only make 2.
Yeah, I'll give up my stuff. I'm gonna keep my sewn-in component pouch.
Okay.
Because it's just stuff. Not magical yet.
yeah, like hair.
Yeah, Chance is keeping everything non-magical. Like, if it's just the Tinker's tool and whatever potion she has, like, that's what she's giving. But,
Yeah.
like, Chirpy and like, she's keeping the rest
Yeah.
as well.
Who has?
Chirpy's my +1.
Yeah. Does Cormac, Reeves, and Sid? Do you want to roll a perception check?
Yeah.
Cat's going crazy.
14 plus 9, so
That's a 22.
14 plus 9 math.
But what's my mod on? I think it's 12.
23.
Yeah, I haven't had to do math.
Your mod of perception.
Yeah.
Your mod of perception is +10.
Okay, 24.
So a 22, a 23, and a 24.
Okay. All three of you would kind of notice almost like a light dust, like not raining down on you, but like, you know, a light dust coming from the sea
As in, there's like something happening
above you.
above us that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Do we have any suspicion as to what that might be?
Yeah. When you look, you notice what appears to be 4 sets of eyes kind of like peering down and just watching.
What type, do they look like normal human eyes or like cat
Yeah,
eyes?
they look
Normal human- like
they kind of
beholder
look like
eyes?
cat eyes, but also kind of like Miko's friend's eyes.
Yeah. Jeff,
Colorful?
Dragons?
would the only
Yeah.
the only things that Merek would like to keep on him were the book about the Huntress,
Okay.
the 3 archfays, and his idol.
Okay.
Is that
Is the idol considered magical?
It's just a religious relic, right?
no? It is not magic.
Okay.
Because
Was it enchanting checks to do it?
No, it wasn't enchanting. It was gilding. So we can confirm it just by this. Is a flower worth 300 gold magical?
No.
Then this is the same thing, just covered in gold.
Okay.
It's like same concept. It's not a flower, obviously there, but
Anyone hiding
Crafted.
anything else?
Yeah, just in my component pouch for me.
Anyone?
This is giving up his axe. This is he has a big weapon.
And they-
What? The amulet's just an amulet. It's a necklace. It goes with his outfit. It brings the
It's-
whole thing together.
It's magical though, so she's gonna notice it.
Mhm.
We have to decide if we're trying to hide it or not.
I almost feel like Lisbeth would just walk in, not even
Just
realizing he had
play
it
down.
on.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
Cool.
feel like it's my necklace.
Yeah.
He's got an earring too.
Okay.
I don't think he'd like intentionally try to hide it. It's gonna be showing around his neck, but he's only gonna give us
It's your
the axe.
passive thievery.
It's-
What about like the headband of collection?
So yeah,
Is
so
that
actually have been collecting the amulet. They are considered magic. She would. point
She's-
it out.
no?
If she points it out, Elizabeth will take it off. Not.
Yeah.
Harry. Off table though, guys. Lisbeth's axe is the only thing that keeps him level-headed and not into full barbarian.
Oh,
that was a spicy revelation that I'm enjoying right now.
Yeah. Just as a heads up, it's not gonna make him like a full rage machine, but it is the thing that causes him to think about situations people are rushing in.
Uh-oh.
Are you telling anyone this?
Yeah, I don't even think Lisbeth really knows it. It's just he has a sense of calm whenever he holds it.
Does
So
it have like an eye twitch when you start having an eye twitch when
like,
you give it up?
It's stress.
it's not so much like he's gonna be like super ragey. It's more like he's not gonna think before he acts.
Yeah.
He's gonna just
More
go.
passive.
Are any of the gifts we made magical?
Yes.
Well, so yeah, the gift.
yeah. So Rod and Rocky say you think he'll say that if you have brought gifts, like any sensible guest would, he shall see that they are delivered, and he asks you to kind of put them to the side. If anyone does start heading there to put something down, he says, "I do hope that you've scrounged up something worthwhile for our gracious host." You would also know with your insight check, it is clear that if he had his way, your heads would be
Yeah, we
the
would. We
gift
wouldn't
that
even
he
be
would-
guests. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Mercer will hand over the hammer.
I guess yeah. Chance will walk forward,
Yeah.
put the necklace down.
So yeah, so a gilded flower worth 300 gold. So if that's not magical, the item's not magical.
Yeah.
Mercer will
So
hand
that's
over
go.
his hammer, and he will put the arrow-catching shield down for the gift.
Eric will deposit the music box.
Put Irina's rapier.
Mm-hmm.
I'll lean it on the arrow catching shield. Set.
Reeves. Reeves is gonna make a bag out of his kind of like tied up with his rope, so all of his weapons. He has like 3 daggers,
Yeah.
his single dagger,
Yeah.
his silvered short sword, everything, and it's
Like,
just like multiple pockets on like his legs, like
Yeah, from the picture, like as big as
does your
weapons.
So that needs to be handed over as well.
you have to give that?
it's not magical. my grapple hook.
Even if
Oh,
it
now you're grappled.
even if it goes with the ensemble, I can
Unfortunately.
It's only movement.
All right, I have
Yeah.
He basically hints like given your history.
That's fair.
And I will deposit my walking stick.
Okay.
A very fancy looking,
Yeah.
but ordinary walking stick.
Cormac is going to approach Robin with his pan flute out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is very difficult for me because in order to provide my gifts, I must have my flute with me. I have composed a beautiful piece for Mr. Strahd.
Don't you have a SoundCloud link? You just
Spotify.
And
Yeah.
it,
Get a demo made.
unfortunately, it is my only one. So,
he says we'll hand it to you when the time is needed.
okay. But if you break that, I will sue you.
Do you even know what the word sue means?
You have a good horse attorney.
We do. We have a horse attorney.
Attorney.
Horse attorney. Yeah.
Horse
Elizabeth
attorney.
will go place the bottle of whiskey on the table.
You notice as you kind of place everything, is anyone not swearing the oath off without?
Reeves will mutter to the party before saying anything. For all an oath is worth in this place.
Yeah, I think we're all feeling this. I think the same way. I mean,
Okay.
Chance is probably like, she knows that there's not really a choice because it's like if you don't get in, and she doesn't want to split from the rest of the group. So that's just her thinking.
Elizabeth will like cross his toes and boots.
I will also, Cormac will also hand over the bag reluctantly.
By holding.
Mm.
I'm assuming the mansion key is in stuff that's
Yeah.
like it's highly magical.
Right.
Just a bit.
Yes.
We're kind of naked now.
Mhm.
We're
Making
absolutely naked.
very afraid. Looking for a friend.
Elizabeth got his fists. He's not
Right,
right.
I'm getting a beer on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
Yeah.
Anyone else want something?
Yeah, we want to get a drink before we move to the next scene.
This is like,
I'm good for now.
Cormac would like to maybe see where there are other rooms in this area. This is his first time in the castle,
Yeah.
so in this area he will see like potentially where they might be storing.
So you are currently standing in basically the entry hall.
Mhm.
Well, what you consider the grand entry. From here, you see kind of three directions. You're basically at like a T intersection. So if you were to look at like the boundary screen, tap that.
Okay. Thank you.
Why can't I do it?
I could be standing up a lot, which I don't hate.
Do we have any of those in the fridge?
Yeah, they're all in the fridge.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
I'll get a couple. You want to bring one?
Yeah.
now that you're gone. Okay.
Sorry, I thought it was good.
Why can't I go on that?
When
You are.
You are.
Oh, fuck. On my side.
No, that's what we're saying. You are, Jeff.
Yeah, for a minute you had like a little wiener going.
Yeah.
Like literally on
You
my
must
side.
have gotten TOS right there.
Yeah, let me reload my side. Because on my side, I don't see you. I was like, why is it not drawing? I was like, I tried the tool like 8 times.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, yeah. Maybe 9. Actually.
Okay, now they show up.
Who knows why the other nations hated that dude?
Yeah, it looks like a betrayed the family kind of vibe going on, but I don't remember what it. I don't
I
remember.
wrote it down.
So these are kind of the three directions that you see. So you're like standing here, basically.
Now that we've turned everything over, since Cormac is the one who pretty much knows what spell she's casting,
Mhm.
Can he tell when she ended?
She is continuing.
Literally casting over and over and
But
over
like
again.
after we finish handing everything off,
Yeah.
she's still going to continue to ritually
She is.
cast.
Yeah.
All right, and I know the distance of that's correct. It's 30 feet, right?
It is.
Okay.
So we're the last to arrive,
Yep.
but there are no more weapons here. So it seems like they're taking them as they come. And do I see?
Sorry, I lied. You've come from over here. So you get these directions to go.
Do I see any indication of like where it would make the most sense, or maybe even evidence of someone having like brought items in a certain direction?
Not that you can tell.
Yeah,
Honestly.
that's kind of what I was looking for.
Like there's footsteps pretty much everywhere, going in every direction.
And there doesn't seem to be anybody like waiting for our items to like take them right away.
Well, you have a feeling that some of the whites will carry.
Did they
I'd
react
love to
in
see a white
particular to
holding
us?
censure of the whole-
Oh yeah, yeah. I'd love to see a
The white holding the holy amulet.
Yeah.
Now I've still got my regular amulet on. I've got for Mercer. He's got a few different things. He's got an amulet. He's got and a regular censer that are not magical, but still count as.
So that's like I gave up my arcane focus
Yeah.
as well. If they're counted as arcane
Anything
focus,
that's
he's counted as
key
magic.
focus,
Yeah.
she would point it. Like she would recognize as a spell casting device, basically.
Well, is that not what you use for your idol for?
It's.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's spell free.
Because if it's a spell focus, it would count
Yeah.
as it would be.
Magic.
But for the casters generally, just like look at your spell list if you need to. There's a lot of spells that don't require focus
Yeah.
or material component.
Yeah, verbal
Yeah.
somatic. It's the material component.
Yeah.
of it.
So
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then Merek would have to part with his idol, unfortunately.
All right.
Because like acid and all that kind of stuff, like they would have taken it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
the poison, all my poison. They would have probably would
Take
have
100%
would they have taken
100%
the,
for spells.
the-
I think so, because it's like
the wolf
Does
bane
that
incense?
Tinker, Artificer, like
I don't think they would take that.
I'll keep it.
It's just very naked.
Never friggin' know, I suppose.
Yeah.
Which means I can keep like my flint and stuff too, maybe.
Yeah. All mundane stuff. You know,
Yeah, okay, that makes
So you
sense.
go in the castle and start a fire. I believe. No magic, no weapons, just start a fire.
Now, as so everyone's agreed to the oath, everyone's given up all their weapons, all their arcane focuses, deposit their gifts. Rahadin kind of like doesn't really start walking away. He kind of starts gesturing for you where to go, but you can tell he kind of like clenches his fist, and when he does so, you can kind of once again hear that howl of the victims you think that he has put in the grave. He says, "No doubt that all of you have some sort of plan, some delusion, a scheme up your sleeve, hope in your heart."
Well, that's the
And he says, "Listen,
we're angry about it, but
this is the day of my brother's wedding, a wedding 4 centuries in the making. For Strahd, I slaughtered my own people, cutting them down to every last mother and child. Should you endanger this wedding, I promise you an even worse fate. I hope we have an understanding." And with that, he will point you all towards this hallway.
Cormac will just look at him and be like, you've met these people, yes?
Reeves will say, "We wouldn't do anything your master wouldn't do."
Just throwing some shade.
Throwing shade. So yeah, he will point you towards a.
is your back hurting?
Yeah, just sorry.
This direction.
At the break, we can bring my chair.
Hopefully you guys can see the thing. Can't see the thing.
Yep.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, so does he waves us which direction?
He waves your
Yeah.
direction.
To the left?
Where the carpet is.
As we get 30 feet away from Morgantha,
Specifically
30 feet.
Maybe wait for 31 feet.
Yeah, 30 and a half.
yeah, specifically as we get out of range there,
Okay.
Um.
Like they're both walking with.
They're walking with us.
Should we
Okay.
say our BB
I thought they were
cast
still
something?
waiting at the
Looking at torches.
being escorted.
You're the last to ride.
Then something else will happen at 31 feet.
We don't get 31 feet.
No, from our stuff.
From his.
Oh, from our items. 31.
Yeah.
Do you
So
want to roll the damage or do you want me?
I will roll my own damage. I think so. As you are being escorted by Morgantha and Rahadin, whoever is standing near Merek will notice it'll be slow at first, and I'll update you on the progress. Small drips of blood starting from his eyes and from his ears start slowly streaming down for a big old 1 psychic damage.
Nice.
Very slow.
Very, yeah, like molasses in the winter.
Like a
slowly.
mosquito.
Pull
Yeah.
yourself together, man.
What?
Pull yourself together, man.
Mary's gonna look at Cormac dead in the eyes, just like, this is going to get much, much worse.
I figured.
Reeves will give you the handkerchief and point to his earlobe.
Okay, well,
Bleeding.
then, if
Merrick
that's the case,
will actually gesture no because
That's-
of the words Rahadin said, to just blend in.
if that's the case, Cormac would like to be mapping out the route that we are taking and trying to commit that to memory.
I lied. He actually doesn't point you to the south. He points you actually straight forward through the main doors.
I'm trying to gauge, essentially, map out where we are in this castle.
Yeah.
I've never been here before, but I'm like mentally checking turns, twists,
If
doors,
you want to do
things
a
like that.
mapping thing, you can.
That's
Just
awesome.
fucking do it.
Would you like my
Nothing's
beautiful
ever
notebook?
stopping us
No,
from
I'm
doing
not-
So we came in and we took a left.
You went
No,
straight.
we went
So you
straight.
went in entry hall, and you're going straight into the next room.
You're right on the back of my
Merrick
character
will be
sheet.
able to remember this because bleeding.
Yeah, do you want to put?
It's like obsessive.
You can put it in the
It's fine.
gym.
As long as she's vlogging. It's like, I am. Go through my shit the leather thing because she was starting to dig on
He
it.
likes the smell.
Right.
Remove detector.
We might
The
fucking
smell?
dog.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sort of that.
Yeah.
All good?
Yep.
Okay. As you continue deeper into Castle Ravenloft, I think I have a image of this one. This was the entry, just so you know from a view perspective. So you all are going straight through.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
How can you make Chance do that? You have longer arms.
He's gonna change it the moment.
Reeves. Contrarian, he's gonna go.
The other side.
Merrick's gonna go drip, 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 drip.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wait, Mercer, are you just staying over there?
And that's upstairs.
I'm a lone wolf.
Yeah.
I feel like Mercer like.
This is a room you all have never been in before.
We should have grabbed another one for Cormac,
It looks
like
from
upstairs.
I don't think you've ever moved through this.
You don't have a
Right.
That looks familiar.
Didn't we open a secret passage by like pulling on a sconce or something?
We should get one.
That I think was on a
Not
different
touching
level.
it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's like the third floor.
You think it is actually directly above this?
Yeah, because the like material looks like
Yeah,
it shares.
exactly.
Yeah.
You find a hallway that opens into a great entry. You notice that as you have been walking, you are clearly under the eyes of many gargoyles. You see many guests all around as the main doors open. They're all huddled, seemingly trading these kind of hushed whispers at one another. You hear like the whispers as specifically train as you're walking. You can clearly tell like the organ music out that's inside is competing with the storm that is starting to rage outside. You notice throughout this hall there are these platters. They appear to be floating. There are suits, no bodies, in the suits, but there are suits with platters that are walking around. There's wine, there's hors d'oeuvres. They are borne clearly by an invisible hand. You notice the mood as you enter is somber, it's strained, and all eyes, you can't help but notice, are on you, the Devil Strahd's most anticipated guest. You notice as some people come and go from the hall, a voice kind of echoes out. You're not sure where the voice is from, but it says, it would say things such as like Dmitry Kreskov, owner and heir of the barony of Kresk. You notice when all of you enter, each of you, and we'll go round table, each of you has kind of like a nickname or like some sort of like digging phrase that has been said about you as you enter. So
I got sick burns for us all.
Round table.
Okay.
What would they say about Mercer?
He's a good guy.
So instead, the voice actually echoes out when you enter. It'll say Mercer, current baron and villain of Vallaki, overtaken by force, murderer of St. Angel.
Oh, that's a bold-faced lie.
What would they say about Sid?
They'd probably say something like shitty about me, like being a failure or something about like unable to like the loser of I got it, like a shepherd with no flock or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd probably be the cutting thing they would say.
Murder,
Yeah.
innocence.
I've just lost all my sheep. So I bet the wolves get all my sheep. That's probably what they would say.
what would they
Bet
say
your
about
sheep
Lisbeth?
too.
I feel like they don't have shit on Lisbeth. Halfling kicker? See anything?
They would announce Merek Dragovich, enemy of the land, raised on a fool's promise to fail.
All right. What about for Rain?
They make sure
Train or Reeves? Which one? Does he
Yeah.
know
Did they
to?
say? Yeah, did they say Reeves or Trey?
Oh.
I introduced myself as Train last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably say train.
Ooh.
No, they'd probably make a dig at him being an old man, lost youth, and something about lost purpose. He's just meandering.
Look how old and wrinkly he is.
And you notice, like, everybody in this hall, like, there's over 50 people in this hall. They are all, like, watching you as
Are
this...
people? Is it like dead silent as they say? So are people like laughing and joining in, or have they also had themselves like knocked down a peg?
No, you hear, like, if somebody, like, you'll see other people come, like, behind you, because people are coming from different parts of the castle. And, like, when they enter, like, they have, like, a decent title.
We got Mean Girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about perchance?
I feel like they would probably say like the orphan that can't leave, and maybe like makes her money by letting hunters stay with her or something like that.
Wow.
I was gonna say like the unwanted daughter of a hag.
Yeah, fair.
Oh.
Connected to Jenny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you look around, you recognize...
Cormac, but
They just forget about him. He's in the back.
That's the worst insult of all.
Yeah.
Cormac. Oh, you're here too.
yeah, exactly. That would be the worst thing for him.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would
you're
be
here
the
too. Forgot about you. Yeah.
I feel like Lisbeth.
Even this magical recognizing thing can't do that.
I feel like Lisbeth would kind of like nudge Reeves and be like, "They got name. Who's trained?"
True.
No idea.
Yeah, I'll just say it. It's a long story. That's how they know me here.
That's his dead name.
This is Disney, yeah.
As you look around, you can see many different faces. You see many of the Mardikovs. They're all huddled together, kind of together and talking. You notice Dimitri from Kresk. There are basically anyone who is anyone is here and attending. You notice Aragol is walking around with many different Vistani faces. There are nobles from both Balaki, including Belinsky, that are walking around. You notice basically everyone. Everyone.
Still
That's still
on that map that is still alive is walking around these halls.
Is Vilnius here?
You do not spot.
Esmeralda?
Esmeralda is walking around.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And does everyone seem equally as no one's got anything? Like we're not the only ones that have been stripped of our stuff.
When you look, you notice that there are a handful of people who still have their belongings.
Probably Strahd's immediate.
And what do we like? How do we recognize those people? Are they part of the
You
wedding?
recognize
Are
Ismark.
they?
You can tell he's probably 5-6 glasses of wine in already.
Good.
He's got a very somber looking face, and he's got his long sword.
Who's this?
Ismark is Irina's brother.
Did we kill him?
Not that I know
I
of.
thought we fought
No, we fought
Isaac.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
which
That,
was
that's Irina's real brother.
Isaac was Irina's real brother.
Ismark is
Ismark.
adopted
Barovia.
from the village of Barovia.
Interesting.
He's the one. He's the one that originally
Yeah.
like,
So
sat
he's
down.
got his stuff. Interesting.
Yeah, he's got his long sword.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would I have been able to keep my sheath?
Roll a sleight of hand.
Ooh. But isn't that magical?
It's magical.
Wow, it's not
She
gold.
would.
Yeah.
She would
Because it like
say
warps
that-
to whatever weapon it is.
Yeah, completely, yeah.
Shapes to my.
So Morgantha and Rahadin are with us in this room.
They're kind of like walking around the room. You do not see Rahadin anymore. He's
Okay.
kind of like
Cormac is keeping his eyes on Morgantha, and is she still channeling?
she is not. You notice that she is talking to two very other familiar figures. You believe
The rest
they're daughters.
As we were walking away, Reeves would have been harnessing every ounce of perception he has to listen for someone who would have come to pick up our weapons. Would I have heard that happen before we got out of
That would have been the
shop?
whites that were waiting there, dead.
Yeah, you think like you're probably out of earshot now, unfortunately. Like,
Right.
From
But would they have done it like
pretty soon
before
after
we
you
got
did.
here? So if they would have done it while we were still like walking away, could I have gotten an idea of what direction they went?
Yeah, I would have been paying attention to that as well.
Because that's what.
Like if they open
Roll-
the door to the left
roll a
or
perception.
something.
Right.
Not a check.
A check.
Can I roll a
That's at 27.
10 plus my modifier.
I'm gonna roll a perception too for something slightly different.
Sure.
I'd like to anyway. I'd like to look at a white and note anything very specific about one of those whites. Just like one of those whites that was there near the stuff.
Okay.
Like I want to be able to. In the future, I may want to cast Locate Creature.
Got it.
And I'm just trying to note anything of like you are like a dead soldier of this thing, and you're an individual.
Got it.
You're a half penguin with gazelle legs.
And with that, I got a 23 on perception, if that is possible.
Yeah, I'm not streaming that because for some reason the stream foundry is just a black screen.
Oh, is it?
Right,
Yeah.
we see it on his phone.
I'm streaming from the webcam right now.
Ah.
My foundry.
No worries. I just didn't know if something was wrong, so I just wanted to point it out.
No.
Yeah.
I was gonna-
And since I was paying attention, Cormac was paying attention to that room, would he have noticed any places that were slightly obscured from most vision?
Ooh.
What? Like in
In
this
that,
room?
in the original room in the entryway, was there any place that was, I don't know, maybe slightly hidden for a small creature to be behind, out of sight?
Go back from the map. This is the entry.
Okay,
So he would have greeted you basically
Yeah.
here.
right.
He would have,
And with the dragon eyes of some kind above us.
and when you look up, like somewhere here in the rafters, you would have spotted the worms.
Okay. Now, are we about 500 feet or less from that location?
Yeah, theoretically.
No.
I have
Um,
an unrelated question.
Yeah.
It's 8 o'clock.
Mhm.
We will not have time to make a barbecue probably in between, so shall I order pizza?
Oh yeah,
And then
yeah,
that-
We can take a break in like 15.
Yeah, and then at break we'll
That's the
eat,
same.
and then okay.
Cool. You think at this point in time you're, obviously waiting for some sort of ceremony to begin. If you would like to chat, to mingle with any guests, this is your opportunity to do so.
Cormac would like to talk to Reeves.
I would like to talk to Ismark at some point.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, I would have been making my way there, and then you could kind of.
Are we the only two that started with Ismark?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
only you two.
Oh,
I think.
yeah.
The OGs.
But you can do that if we have something to talk about.
Look, I don't know about you, but I would really like my bag back. Personal things in there that I'd like to have, but I can get in there. But with all those eyes on me, it's going to be quite a challenge.
So you need a distraction.
You're smarter than you look. But this I knew. If we could possibly just think about it for a short while, figure it out, keep in mind, I can be there in 6 seconds.
Well, you'll know the signal when you get it.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'd approach Ismark. Trying to decide if I'd approach him almost. I think I'd approach him still confidently.
Okay.
Yeah. Does he see me approaching?
Yeah, when
What's his
you approach,
demeanor as I'm approaching? Sees me.
when you approach, he kind of looks toward you. Says, "My friend, I did not think this day would ever come. My father, what must he think? He must be. He kind of hints to, obviously his father probably like rolling in his grave, so to speak. At what's happening.
Possibly literally.
He kind of says, "I'll only ask you once, though. What is the plan?"
This day, you sent us on a fool's errand. I mean, this day was destined to come. We got her all the way to Kresk. And it's a polite way of saying he killed her and brought her back. Like we did everything above and beyond to stop this day from happening. And still failed. I don't know that you sent us on a mission that could have been achieved.
He said,
I'll point over to Reeves. Me and Train are the only two left from the original group that you sent protect her. We've sacrificed a lot.
But she would notice by my hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
He probably wouldn't even recognize me.
Yeah, probably
fair.
not.
Who's this guy?
I would say train, like,
Yeah.
as I say, we sacrificed
This is
a lot.
Mercer. Oh, I've heard all about him.
Pointing at train and like saying we sacrificed a lot, like to indicate for him like being whole. I don't know when or how, but the only plan, and I would say this quietly, but the only plan I have is to find a way
The whole party stuff.
to find a way to end the Dark Lord.
Ignore that. Sorry.
He says, well, when the time is right, if you are planning something, my blade, my strength, it's yours. I know these last months they couldn't have been easy. More adventurers have arrived since you did.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of your blade, how did you
He
bring
basically just says, yeah, I did well. But that's basically what he says, like, for all intents and purposes.
So okay, so
I mean, well, I either take that one way is like, well, can I do an insight on that? Because I'm trying to make sure
Yeah.
he's not like in league with Strahd, or I'm talking
Yeah.
to like a transformed version of Strahd right now.
can we take that as if like maybe Strahd
the
isn't
same thing.
technically the whole
14 again, so that I got a 19 for insight.
Yeah, you believe
You
him.
think it's him, and like he just walked in?
Yeah.
So my thought on that is like he's just like so not a threat to Strahd that they're like,
Yeah.
have your
Exactly.
fucking silly sword. With you. It
Exactly.
doesn't matter.
So it means he knows we're a threat in a sense where he knows how to get it, which is
Yeah.
why that was done.
Yeah. That's my
That's
that was kind of my
messed
read
up.
on
Yeah.
this. It's just like
You do notice, both Cormac, Sid, Reeves, and some of you as well, if they would pointed these out, but you would notice there are signs, many signs that are posted up that say all guests are asked to remain on the main floor. Trespassers will be punished accordingly with guest rights revoked.
Merek would want to go see someone if you.
yeah,
Did you have someone else?
no, you
to
guys
see?
talked through
We
it.
already talked.
Yeah,
That's about the same amount of time. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, but you also want to talk to his mother.
Well, I don't need to now.
It's
Yeah,
basically
I just read your mind.
Yeah.
So as Merek is walking on the floor, the blood is now dripping a little more to the point where it's starting to soak into his nice vestments that Sid has picked up for him.
Oh no.
What color did you get?
It was green. Should
Yeah.
have
Not brown.
gotten the brown pants. Yeah.
4.
Okay.
And the purpose of Merek walking around is to look for Esmeralda.
Oh.
Okay.
mhm.
Yeah, you would find her after a few moments. You notice that she has also not been disarmed.
Well, as Merek approaches her, because we talked in the woods for quite a while,
Yeah.
I had a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
How would she react? Because she's never seen me bleeding out of my eyes, my ears.
She kind of pull out like a handkerchief and kind of like
Yeah.
just hand it to you.
Point to our nose.
Fuck, we should have said that. Like, are
So,
you also expected
I did
to
ask that. I think
They said that, yeah.
And they said that they would have to surrender as
Yeah.
well.
they thought they
thought-
They were under
They
the
expected to.
impression-
Oh, we're being discriminated
you,
against.
you would notice.
Should have got them to hold our stuff.
You would notice Rictavio is
But we
walking
wouldn't
around,
know.
with his cane.
That was like the long haired dude.
It's,
Rictavio is
Van Richten.
Van Richten.
Oh,
Mhm.
oh yeah.
but it is
He's disguised.
he's
alter
Yeah.
ego.
Yeah.
Not
But
not
he
the
took
old
his
guy
glasses-
out
he
there.
put his glasses on.
Yeah, he Clark Kent did.
this
Yeah.
guy.
Yes, nice.
Yeah.
Merek would approach Esmeralda, and he would refuse the handkerchief, and he would go. And once again, Merek is trying his very hardest to speak fancy talk.
Yeah.
And he would go, "My woman,
My good woman.
my woman. This
He
is
kind of looks around like younger, like
Hear her.
this is the curse of the weapon that I bear, and do you want me to say it, or do you want me to DM what I would talk to Esmeralda?
up to you.
Are you trying to hide something from us?
No, Merek's not trying to hide something. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'll just say it. So Merek would ask her, do you recall how you told me that you didn't have a home when we were standing post in the woods? Fair person.
Yeah.
If you are willing, I would like to offer you spoken of home. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Does she seem receptive?
Like, so what are you asking?
I'm offering her a home.
Oh,
It's like it's trying to say in a fancy way, because she was
also unclear if you want to marry her or just get
I'm offering her a place,
To live.
maybe not like a physical building,
Yeah.
but like I'm offering her a place in the world. Is what I'm extending my hand for that. But like Merek is like atrociously saying it in like all sorts of
roll persuasion check.
yeah, just for like all the fancy words that he's heard from the party over
How's
the.
Cormac to this?
Oh, he's watching. He's watching very closely.
That will be
Eyebrow penalty? That's still a thing?
no, we're past 5 years.
eyebrow.
Language penalty.
Said persuasion.
He just threw it in the gap.
So 17.
She says, I fear that this place, even though I cannot leave, this is not where I belong. My home, what you call home, is too close to those that betray everything that I knew. I'm only here, and she kind of leans in and whispers to help you.
And then Merek will lean even and whisper in her ear, then we shall end it together.
He kind of nods, like,
And then as he's saying that, she can tell that the blood flow is starting to increase a bit more.
okay.
You're gonna be a faucet by the time this is done.
I've had one other thing to ask Ismark.
Yeah.
While I'm talking to him, as he's kind of asking us, what the plan is, and I see his sword. I'd say biggest challenges we have. They've stripped us of our equipment.
You all rolled for that, right? To see where the lights would have went.
I rolled a percentage.
Yeah, basically I wanted to know left or right. I got it.
So they would have gone to the right.
Okay, so if our backs were turned, did they go to my right or did they go to the right?
So if you were
Stage
standing,
right?
if you're standing in the entry hall,
Yeah.
you went straight.
Yeah.
They went
Got
We'll be of limited use if something happens without our equipment. We don't know where they took it. I basically said that to him. I don't know if he has any.
He kind of says, "Well, we have some minutes before you have a ceremony. Why don't you get it back?"
First floor is a pretty forgiving rule.
What is?
The first floor.
I guess we can't go
a
past
big-
the first
it's a
floor.
big first floor.
That's all it says in
Fair.
trespassing. Don't go past the first floor. Doesn't say we can't leave the room.
Can you say word for word exactly what the sign says?
The sign says all guests are asked to remain on the main floor.
Yeah.
Passers will have their guest rights revoked.
Main floor.
And
Semantics, baby.
and I mean, he probably wouldn't know, but I
You think he's hinting that more out of desperation?
yeah. Then he has no idea how horribly hard that might
Yeah.
be. He's
Yeah.
just like,
Just
I walked in with my sword. Like,
Yeah.
why didn't
Yeah.
you got me?
And this is why they didn't take his sword. He's an idiot.
Now, if anybody else wants to talk to any other,
Yeah.
there's, like I said, there's Markov that are around the crest. Like Dimitri.
Yeah, right there.
Reeves does want to talk to the.
The door's a
the-
little
the
finicky. So
smart
just like
cops.
shake it a few times.
Okay. When you approach, You think the owner of the Keepers of the Feather, Davian, who's like the bartender in the Blue Water Inn, he tells you as you approach, he says, I don't know what tonight has in store, but I have 6 of my finest birds outside. They've seen something in the central tower, some crystal thing. It's massive, and well, on the wind they say that they can hear a heartbeat.
Actually, Reeves would have interrupted when he first started saying that, and I would have said the heart.
Yeah, he kind of nods. He says, I don't know. Well, it's a great honor to have been invited here, but this is... He basically says, like, he wants to leave. Like,
Very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Reeves will say, I owe you my thanks for what your people did at Argenvoss.
you do notice Muriel Vinshaw. She is here as well.
She the one we saw on our way
She's
up.
the one that you saved from Perez. The
Okay.
one with the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. She's
Weird
here.
crow.
Yeah.
He took off right
She
away.
didn't like her humor.
Oh, okay.
And I'll kind of say under my breath, do your birds have any idea where they've taken our belongings?
Nothing.
So Muriel, the one that
Nothing
we
that I've heard of, but
rescued,
let me
is there.
let me
Her here.
send some whispers and let me check.
Purple lady.
I'll find you when time permits. I appreciate your support.
As you're all standing there, Chance, you start to hear these ghostly wails crowd in your mind. Rahadin is approaching. You notice his presence immediately betrayed by this wail, this betrayal, of the long dead. He kind of gestures and he says, most honored guests. Count Strahd would like a word over wine. One last toast to celebrate before the ceremony. He's expecting you in the dining hall. Now the bride is asked to see you, though I cannot fathom why. Quickly now, before the ceremony draws to a close.
Dining?
Just me.
Just me.
I'll ask, like, must I go alone?
I can accompany you.
Wow.
Chance with the candlestick in the dining hall?
I mean, I
Arena.
guess.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm scared. Yeah. Okay.
Listen to follow you as far as he can.
You could be
That's the road.
scared. Chance doesn't have to.
Yeah.
So these two things you think are going to happen separately. We'll dive into each thing.
Oh, the wine and
So
the.
she was invited to see Tatiana, not Strahd.
To see Irene, yeah.
Yeah.
And she, like everyone else is invited to the dining hall, so I'll let you all choose if you're going or not, but maybe now is a good time for a quick break.
Maybe she's asking
Yeah.
for you.
It was gorgeous.
Mary Strahd instead of me.
Oh my God, no way.
Time.
Shall I get the little things of wine?
Little
register.
When we did that, like message
Thank you.
Oh, I noticed you didn't throw dollar bills at me. Should I remind you?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Okay, well, those were your words, not
No,
mine. So
no,
I don't care.
no,
You can
Say
take
hello to the internet. You got, just before you talk about anything too
Yeah.
personal.
I said to Scott when I was leaving the house, I'm like, I need you to don't forget.
Everybody say hi to Scott. He can. Hey, hello.
Just like the one time he's not watching.
Oh, really? Hey, what was that email
love it.
address again you had? It was a really good email.
And it's his mother's maiden name too, right?
Yeah, yeah. I love when people use their mother's maiden names as email addresses.
Mm-hmm. And the street they grew up on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And their first pet name.
Mhm.
Always good.
I'm their first
Teacher's first name?
Mm-hmm.
Our first teacher? Jesus fuck.
Surprise.
This guy's a hack.
I thought he was playing Tetris there for a second.
No.
I was like,
not
All right.
ominous or anything.
We are not here yet. Do you don't have a shot of the entry hall that we were in, do you?
So basically, if you're looking at this map right now, this area right here that I just circled on the map, which you guys cannot see because your token is not there. If I move your token, there you go. This area that I just circled, that leads to the entry hall.
Okay, so we're up there. Reeves is looking to make his distraction, so he wants something that's going to make a mess and noise at the same time. So if there is a suit of armor somewhere, if there is a vase, if there is
An unseen servant walking a platter.
an unseen something, or even here's maybe Reeves can do a little bit of hand sliding here. Is there something on a wall, maybe higher up, that I could grapple hook to pull down, and then it doesn't necessarily have to be obvious that I'm the one who did it.
The painting above the fireplace mantle, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe a nice painting. Is there something Reeves could...
you could trip Lisbeth.
I want something a little bit more...
Probably the easiest thing's like an unseen servant, like with one of the platters. There's nothing really like there are things hanging. I guess it depends on how, like what the intent is. I guess.
I mean, if you want
to make something fall, and make a lot of noise. Maybe an unseen servant would be the best way.
you could like trip me into one, and I can like bang into it and clatter and everything to the ground.
I would need to communicate that to you.
Necessarily, probably better if Lisbeth doesn't know.
Yeah, but if I bumped into you, I would fall.
Fair.
He does
You
raise
can
a...
trip me.
Lisbeth would just be like, boom.
I mean, keep ricocheting, like go 10 times into Reeves, and Reeves would go flying
Yeah.
into somebody.
No, I think what I'll do is oh, I'm gonna use my tattoo as well.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's gonna be a little silly, but I will put myself so that there's an unseen servant, maybe two in there. Maybe I'll time it really well where there's two of them kind of crossing paths,
Okay.
and I'll turn around quickly, bump into one and push them into the other, make them be as stupidly clumsy as I can,
Okay.
and I will use my tattoo to imitate sounds of like loud, just like crashing and banging and like just making.
Couldn't take our tattoos away.
It's on us.
Yeah, I can imitate like simple noises
Okay.
to a supernatural degree with my tattoo. So
Sure.
Wait,
uh,
so are you doing this like right now?
at this exact
Okay.
moment,
Just like,
Yeah.
is there something?
I was I was
Okay.
trying to make a plan, and now I've established that this is the best course of action given the way things are. So yeah, I'm gonna bump into a couple of them, make them drop their platters. I will hand smack their platters down as I bump into them.
Well, let's slide a hand.
I will emphasize the.
This is a great time for a nat 20, man.
It's
Natural 2-0.
Yeah. You do so, and nobody seems the wiser. It looks like two unseen servants kind of like bashed into each other, both dropping their platters, and it's like that really like awkward, like the tray kind of like does that. Yeah, so it does that kind of on the ground. You actually notice some of the guests, some what you would call like more common folk, actually like are clearly very anxious, and they like start running over to start picking stuff up.
Yeah, and I'll even scream and be like, "My clothes, you fools! What are you doing?
Down for you.
What?" Travis is like, "Walk much?" And I start like rubbing off whatever.
Yeah.
It's like floating on
And I'm just like, kind of like fake fuming and trying to like I'm causing a scene in that space there.
Okay.
And within this moment, Cormac is going to dimension door past the entrance
Oh my god.
to the other side of the hallway where we know they took the weapons direction-wise.
Here we go.
Okay. So let me put you guys on the entry hall.
Were there
So
doors
Cormac is
open
not
to that
going
way?
have a single wine.
Because probably.
Let me
Because I'm assuming
just
this
before
one
you
was the
say
bag
that
of
you want to
holding.
do that, I'll just put you on this map here.
So they went to the right.
So let's just say, you are walking from this area. This room here is open, like this doorway is open. That's the long hall. So you come from this way. So I'm assuming at some point here you make that scene.
Yeah.
And this way goes to the dining hall.
Okay.
That's also the direction that they.
That's also okay. So we would know that.
Wait, that's the direction that.
They went, or we know the weapons
That-
went.
Sorry, the dining hall is where we're also being asked.
Okay, so I didn't realize.
So I'm here with the same direction.
Correct.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you guys thought it was. I think we all thought it was like.
As you dimension door, though, you do see Strahd in the dining hall.
Well, if we'd known that, then if that's the direction we were walking when he made the distraction, then
To be fair,
I feel like I wouldn't.
your
have done
character wouldn't have known that, but I feel like Reeves would have known that. I knew where the
Yeah.
dining hall is, so if that's the case, I wouldn't have made my scene. Like if I knew,
Okay.
if I knew I was already going in the direction our weapons are, I wouldn't have made a scene to try and get Cormac to go there.
And Cormac wouldn't have done it without the distraction.
Because you thought you
Yeah.
guys were going further into the castle and it was still all behind us, right?
So Cormac is still just sitting,
Reeves.
waiting, ready for a
Yeah,
distraction.
he's
That's
ready.
like,
would have known. We just retconned a friggin' nat 20.
So
Can we
save it for the next roll.
Oh no!
Oh, it's staring at me. It won't.
Say you want to.
For the next skill check or something.
You want to back?
Yeah. It's 40 D10.
Yeah, let's start this. I'm gonna stab him with a knife. It's still 66.
Yeah.
Alright. So as you approach the dining hall, you can see the chamber is beautiful. You notice for too long, each and every one of you, both in life, but also in the last many months, you have barely scraped through Barovia. You've been witnesses to famine, to poverty, and yet here you stand in front of a table that's laden with tons of delectable foods. There's roasted beast in different sauces. As soon as you enter this dining hall, your mouth begins to water.
Your water's mouthing.
There are different roots and herbs, fruits, vegetables, goblets of wine. Strahd's people have starved, and yet here sits a feast that grows old. The scene is lit by no less than 3 massive crystal chandeliers. There's a soft light on an organ at the far end of the hall. It is here, or from here, rather, that you hear the music originates, its pipes blaring out a thunderous melody, the melody we heard earlier, that speaks of both greatness and despair. A floor-to-ceiling mirror reflects the scene, but the figure sat there on the bench produces no reflection. It is Strahd von Zarovich. He's playing the keys with the sort of perfection one can only attain after 4 centuries of time and undeath. As you enter, he stops. A deep silence falls over the dining hall, and he slowly turns towards you.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
Oh, how's he playing these maps with us? Oh, wow, I didn't see you.
And Chance is not there.
Chance, you would have been led Rahadin is walking with you.
And we don't like Rahadin, correct?
No,
That's kind of creepy.
Rahadin would have,
Casimir's
Yeah.
Rahadin and Chance, you would have disappeared through this doorway here,
Okay.
The big old douche.
up the staircase.
So as we get to Strahd, the faintest signs of sweat is starting to form on Merek's, like, where the hair meets the skin, and small pools of blood are starting to seep into his vestments, taking 2 damage.
Okay.
But he seems like decently okay for now.
Is it just us, or did any of the?
There was no one else here. And that's why, what's everyone's reaction, I guess, to this huge feast that's on this day? Like, no one is,
Smith is pissed.
like, there's literally no one, he's just playing music, no one's, like, you figure guests would maybe, like, come by and, like, grab some food and things like that.
There's nothing.
There was no.
I just look at it with disdain. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
We ate last time we were here. Just those of us
Yeah.
that were here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because we know this room.
He says, well, what can I say but something to mark this occasion? He said, I apologize for the formalities, but you are truly the greatest foes I have ever faced. And that is why at dawn tomorrow, you must all leave Barovia forever. Will be your choice if you leave. But whatever blood there was between us, consider it washed away. So long as I have Tatiana, I need nothing more in this life. I understand that perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. We met as foes, perhaps. But let us part, perhaps not as friends, but as equals. And I promise you this, that tomorrow when the sun rises, the mists will part and allow each one of you who chooses to leave Barovia forever. Oh, Mercer's coming in.
Thinking about what you guys had told Mercer about what happened with the Vistani.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same promise you made to the Vistani? That you choked to death in cold blood?
And who is it that you refer to? The Vistani have an agreement.
Maybe a young lass named Arabella. Her father, her people. The mist used to part for them, didn't they?
They did. But you see, confidant of mine, a brother of his, asked me to ensure that he never leave this valley. So you get the feeling that Aragorn
Killed his brother.
killed his brother.
I have someone else to add to our list.
Yeah.
Yep. And when we were here last, maybe even this very room, you made a promise to not force Irina or Tatiana to marry you. Where's that promise now?
I can assure you I'm not forcing Tatiana against her will, and you will see that at the ceremony.
Insight check.
Yeah.
Like that. 19 plus 5, 24.
I can't roll. Lucky. 19 plus 4?
Yeah, 23. Yeah. 19 plus 5, 24.
What you can tell is he definitely bodes a lot of arrogance.
Mm-hmm.
But from what you can tell, he appears to be telling the truth.
He believes he has not forced.
Yeah.
Reeves will chime in and say, you called us your greatest foe. Did it ever occur to you why we would have been your foes and not your greatest allies?
Well, you see, when most of you were here last, we drank wine. Why did I think, or why do I think you are my greatest foes and not my strongest allies? Well, it was at that moment that I could tell none of you would betray another in your group.
Aww.
Friendship.
And with that, I knew that no matter what blood there was between us, there's nothing I could have done to change any of that.
And what makes you believe if we wouldn't betray one of our own, that we would betray every inhabitant of Barovia by escaping with our tail between our legs?
I'll know that it is not fleeing if it is something you so much wish. Tell me, what is each one of your greatest aspirations? Was it not leaving this land last time we met?
I feel you got a letter wrong there. We don't want to flee Barovia. We want to free.
Those that live here after the ceremony this evening and at dawn tomorrow, they too may leave Barovia.
And when the dark powers ensure that you fail, not us. We've been to the Amber Temple. When the dark powers ensure that you fail in your desire to have Tatiana, what then? Will you take it out on the people of Barovia, on us?
I will not. I do not believe the Dark Powers' fates, that they have spun their web to mean Tatiana and I would not be together.
We've seen every past version. I don't know about every, but we've seen many past versions of this play out, and you failed every time. Why is this time different?
The perfection. Perfection takes time, it takes patience. What I didn't know then, what I didn't have then, was patience.
And when you killed Tatiana, that was patience just weeks ago. You have patience now?
See, he was going to a place that she is not destined for. Do you speak of the dark powers? Oh, there may be some powers at play far beyond even what I know. But what I do know is that I am the land here. I will choose who comes and who goes. And that much I promise you.
You're just as much a prisoner here as anyone.
Then do not let my prison be yours. Do not let my prison be the prison that you speak of for those that do not wish to live in Barovia.
Don't believe him.
Yeah. Can I insight check to see if he maybe had a double meaning when he said he was going to free or liberate anyone who wished it?
Yeah.
Nat 20.
That's a TM boomerang. for the next roll.
So you can tell that
Classic.
you think that there is definitely some sort of hidden meaning, but you definitely believe what he is saying to be true.
His truth.
Merek, who is now bleeding a bit more.
How many checks per hour do you do?
You know, I think you're over
That is 1 per hour.
Been here for like.
I'll give you.
I'm
see you later.
Just go. Yeah, it's there's a reason. There's a reason why.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it just for fun. So Merek will not like step up to Strahd, but you will take a few steps forward.
Okay.
And you will go. And you who have watched me since birth, do you recognize me now?
You're asking him.
I'm asking. Yeah, Merek is talking to Strahd.
He says, I do not expect you to grow as quickly as you did.
Says the person who gained patience within the past week.
As you stated last time, you saw me as a matchstick, then a roaring fire. Well, tell me now, Strahd von Zarovich, what do you see of me?
I see a man who has grown up all his life in Barovia. A man who would not, he wouldn't say dare, but he would say a man who would not risk the lives of the people. And he'll actually reference kind of like the area near Lake Luna.
Yep.
That you think he wouldn't have known about.
Yeah.
He would kind of make reference to that.
Well, actually, I would if he said that he's watched me from birth.
Okay.
So, yes, I picking up what you were throwing down, Strahd.
Yeah, he would basically say like, I see somebody who would not risk any harm that may come to them.
Okay. So the last thing I'm going to tell him is, you may claim to be this land, however, I shall never leave it, and I will return to the Huntress before I go anywhere else. And I'm not saying this to threaten him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that just like I am staying in Barovia. This is my home. That is the impression that he.
Yeah, and he will kind of say like, you're more than welcome to stay in the valley.
That Merek has to say is one singular drop of blood falls on the floor as he turns around to go back with the rest of the group.
Okay.
Let's just go to ask him, as he is the land, how is your land doing? You feeling any?
What?
Fucking nice.
He will say.
Who never says anything. Like,
he will say surprisingly. He says, the land is changing to be more prosperous than ever.
hmm
So where's our commission?
The hell?
I think what you mean is it's free of its rot, free of its plague. You know, everything you've done to it. See, I kind of like Barovia now.
I'm warming up to it.
Been here for a while. The only thing wrong is the prick that stands at the top.
Now, is that any way speak to your host? You may not believe the methods that I use to be those that you would use. But do you not see even all the dread, all the grime that you speak of? Look at what has been done to our most prosperous city, the city of Vallaki, where once a baron A baron who couldn't see between his own two fat eyes. A baron who betrayed all of his people. Now gone.
Hey, and it wasn't you that did it.
But you see, I never claimed to be able to rid all of the land.
No, you just let it fester. Like a gaping wound.
You.
I feel like Strahd would like that reference.
Yeah.
Hey, we've
Blood.
seen what you've done with the land. We've seen the floods in the swamp. The memory. What you and your mother, I guess we'll call her, put down on the people that you're supposed to look after.
A younger version. Of
Yes, I do remember now. You've said you've grown.
Does
Aye.
he react when he says mother? Like, does he know? Do we think he knows she's dead?
You do not, based on his reaction, I do not believe he knows.
Hey,
I think we should.
I'm gonna say it.
Things in my life right now.
Guys.
Die.
I mean,
All right, please hold while I.
Yeah.
speaking of your mother,
Oh God.
Want to get him to break them? All the hospitality. This might be the way.
Speaking of your mother, where are my weapons?
I didn't see her
Oh.
here.
To the battle map.
You said I
Except
don't
for
see her here.
I
Yep.
didn't see her here. I
Uh,
expected on such a special day you'd have your whole family here, wouldn't you?
I expect.
Reeves will kick you.
I expect that she will be arriving shortly.
Cormac the wolf.
She's had a busy few weeks.
Is he
Oh,
drowning
we
in
know.
village?
We've heard.
Now, please, I ask for a toast. A toast to the greatest of adversaries, free to choose if they leave these lands forever tomorrow. And he kind of raises a glass. If anybody.
I mean, you can still toast, but you have to drink in order to make the toast happen. Correct? That's like how it works.
I feel like I want to spit in the wine.
Reed does grab his glass and he says, "To the freedom of choice."
Oh.
Eric
I
will
just
stare
drink
down
to
at
that.
his glass as a drop of blood falls into it, and he will follow Reeves's lead.
I'll drink to what Reeves said.
Charles brings her in.
We're drinking to choice.
Fuck him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What are Mercer and Cormac doing?
Oh, Cormac definitely has a glass up.
Like Cormac's like it's
Excellent.
alcohol.
Love it.
So, this offer is to us. I mean, I know he said he'd free the other people. And what of those of our group that are not here? What a chance.
They may also be.
We may also have the choice to leave, as I look back to Reeves and pick up my.
If we drink,
Nice.
are we saying we're leaving, or are we just?
No, they're just
Okay.
We're toasting to choice.
Just making sure. Making sure.
Oh,
Strahd-
choice room.
Yeah, as long as he's not like trying to trick the group, I guess. Like
so.
Mercer's just staring at him. Biting his fucking lip.
I thought you maybe some.
try to get
starts
too
there.
hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already sworn. Yeah, this doesn't change our oath. We've already made an oath to
Mhm.
hospitality. Whatever
Yeah.
be here. This is just to me. This is just kind of ceremonial. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean anything.
He is recognizing us as his greatest foes.
Y'all
Sure.
might,
All of us are fucking loving that.
y'all might hate me. Y'all might hate me for this.
Let them have their drink of wine first. No, I'm just
No.
Do we take the sip and he doesn't take it or something? Or like,
I feel like he's about to do something more dramatic.
Yeah, I feel like
I feel like-
something.
I feel like he's. I hope he's gonna throw it straight.
It's bad. It's bad. Okay.
I'm debating on whether or not I want to do this because we are.
He
We
like,
are
while
weaponless.
you're thinking, like everyone else has got their glass kind of raised, he kind of like whispers, and just like not even really a whisper, but just really with his finger, he kind of like points to the glass. He was using the hand.
Oh!
I'm gonna sniff the wine. Is it wine?
It's one. Yeah.
It's worth the check.
Yeah.
So, thinking about
Do whatever you're gonna do. Whatever you guys gonna do. We're not gonna negotiate it. We're all.
y'all know Mercer at this point,
Unless somebody's try to step in and comfort Mercer.
I can't do anything. I'm just watching.
and
I kicked you in the shins to try and get you to calm down.
that's true.
No, said
Sometimes
Well,
that's
that
what you
one-
gotta do.
so scared.
Sorry, guys.
Do it.
I'll take the glass, and I'll look at Reeves. The choice, and the family. May they rest in peace.
Oh,
Crazy and great.
Are we drinking?
go, go, go.
Alright.
That's
I'm
like,
just,
okay.
I'm just gonna stare at it by saying,
I thought that was going to.
It's a PD.
He doesn't seem to read between the lines.
His mother is dead.
He didn't get it, so we're good. You guys are good right now.
So far.
Yeah, he thinks you're referring to like
People who lost it.
Was that bad?
That was Mercer's point.
That went perfectly well, if you ask me. I think we should do that again someday.
He's like walking out of the room. He's gonna be like, "Oh, just come home," and like.
now Chance.
Yes.
As you walk with Rahadin, he appears in the best of moods. As you're walking in this very narrow spiral staircase, he like as you hear kind of the storm raging outside, the thunder, the rain, you continue to hear like the wailing sound, but he kind of makes small talk with you, saying things like, you know, this is the best day, my brother's, you know, wedding day. Strahd will never be happier. You know, like just small talk, but he seems actually in a decent mood. As you continue to climb the stairs, they seem to go on forever.
Oh, fuck me.
One after another, stair by stair, winding up into the darkness. Sweat actually starts to break out on your scalp.
I'm
You
using-
look.
Can I use my tattoo?
Oh, what does your tattoo do?
It's an owl.
Air conditioning.
Air conditioning.
One sec. Let me get. I
I
just.
think it's perception checks, right?
It
Wow,
also
yeah.
it also does something else. Sorry, don't know where I put my stuff.
New phone.
Okay, so it ambushes predator, gives the owl advantage on attacks against creatures that haven't taken a turn in combat yet. While shifted, you gain advantage on perception checks that rely on sight in nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I want to use it because you said.
So that does transform you into an owl.
Oh, okay, never
Like,
mind.
gives you owl feet.
Okay, never mind.
You notice as this sweat kind of starts to like appear on your scalp, you're kind of like maybe brushing it away. You notice Rahadin seems unmoved, unaffected, slowly taking each step without slowing. Twice you pass a landing, each barred by a shut door. You make note. Maybe you need to find these places later. After many minutes of climbing, Rahadin leads you into a drafty chamber furnished with an immaculate rug and a beautiful portrait of Strahd von Zargich himself. Handsome and arrogant as ever. And I'm going to move you
Sorry, I saw 2 landings,
2 landings before.
so I'd be on the 3rd floor.
That is what you can
Big ass castle.
Mm.
please hold while I do the map. So you pass 2 landings and you run the first floor. So yeah.
Was there
First
any
floor.
point in time for conversation or no?
Sure. You definitely could have said something. And what would you like to say to him? This is the portrait that you see, by the way, when you get to the top.
Oh. I would have just asked kind of what Sid was saying previously, but I obviously wasn't in the same room, but similar, like saying like he'll be so happy. Like I'll ask the question like, why do you think this time he will be happy? Because like hasn't he tried multiple times? Just to see like what he would say.
He says, but I know this day, this is the day it is meant.
And you know this how? What does that feeling feel? What does that feeling feel like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel that?
Can you point on this doll?
Where are the feelings?
Convinced.
He tells you he has a feeling this is the thing.
So he's useless. Got it.
Roll a perception check when you get onto this link.
Remember what I had.
And just for reference, you have come
Oh my
up
god.
these
A 9? Yeah.
Okay, you don't notice anything.
With your mod?
Okay, with your
Yeah,
mod.
with the mod it's a 9. I rolled a
You don't
4.
notice anything.
Ooh, that's right.
You notice as you
Would I take my passive perception or no?
what's your passive?
15.
Okay, you would notice that the portrait, the eyes, just as Rahadin kind of like pushes past you here, and he opens this door. As he pushes past you, you kind of look up at the portrait that's hanging, and you notice the eyes of Strahd follow you as you enter this room. You notice Rahadin, he pushes you and he leads you into this lounge, a lounge that's furnished with bookcases, an old. Furnished with beautiful bookcases, an old faded couch. Outside, the storm continues to rage, and a peal of thunder shakes the books on the shelves. You notice a young man stretched out on the couch. He pays no mind to you. He is absolutely beautiful. He is elegantly dressed, and he's just sipping at a red wine. You notice Rahadin just gives him this look of contempt. And as Rahadin enters, he says, "Sure, how's our bride?" The man kind of sneers back, saying, "Heart's still beating." You notice Rahadin rolls his eyes, knocks at a nearby door. He will guide you into this room. He will knock at this door here. When he knocks, you hear him say, "Madam Coliana, you have a guest." After a moment, he doesn't wait for any reply. He enters the room, and you are alone in this room with Escher. Escher kind of smiles, and you notice these 2 sharp fangs. Only now do you notice that his elegant attire, the fabric, is clearly ancient. Long has Escher clearly lived, it seems. You think perhaps another vampire thrall of Strahd. He kind of looks toward you and says, "Well, enjoy your last word with her. Eternity as Strahd's plaything awaits. If only some of us could be so lucky, no?" You think...
I'm gonna ask him, what do you mean by last words?
Well... And he basically, he'll tell you very quickly, and you kind of read between the lines, that you think that he was likely also at some time a quote-unquote plaything of Strahd's. But it's clear by his faded clothes and overall demeanor that you think that he's kind of fallen out of favor.
Meaning, like, Strahd doesn't really care that much about this guy anymore?
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe I'll just ask him, like, and what exactly is it that, like, what do you do here? Like,
Without being rude. Don't worry, I'll wait.
we met before, like, what's your role in the castle? Like, who are you? Like, what's your name?
He says, my name is Escher. He says, long have I lived in this castle, a good friend, a close friend of Strahd. You see, you must have met the Markovs downstairs, did you not?
Saw them in passing.
Said, well, you see, the Markovs a long time ago failed to save, failed to protect. But in that failure, I found the things I've dreamt of, the things to be in a place that was better, a place where I belong. And that is when Strahd found me.
So,
He's saying he was friends like a long time ago.
And how long have you been here?
Count the years would take far too long. As he says that, Rahadin steps back out from this chamber. And he kind of...
Can I ask a technical question real quick?
Yeah.
Did they go up from that main entranceway or from the like dining hall? Not the dining hall.
The door next to the
Yeah.
like the small man-sized door.
That's where you went up?
Yeah.
Okay, so we split off. We went
So
in,
they're
We
here
went to
and
the
we went
dining
that
we
way?
went in the room with Strahd and
Yeah.
she went up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I understand that.
Rahadin comes back on and says, the bride, he will see you now.
Okay, so maybe I'll just tell him, I guess we'll see you later. Like,
Yes.
and go into the room, because guys pushing.
Rahadin does leave, and you kind of still get that, like, disgust face, so to speak. Clearly they do not like one another. Chance. As you enter, she is not alone. There are 4 people in the room, 3 of which you recognize. You would recognize Anastrea, Ludmilla, and Valenta. 3 of Strahd's brides, but there is a 4th.
Didn't we kill one?
Do you know, is the question? There's a 4th.
Who?
A 4th bride. You notice that she sits, she's kind of fussing with her hair, but she looks absolutely immaculate. You notice her wedding dress is the most pristine white that you've ever laid your eyes on. You can tell that Strahd has lavished her with gems, jewelry, no shortage of anything that she wished. Her smile is radiant as you enter, but it folds as you enter the room, and she says to you, "You came. You actually came."
What do I see? Who is she?
Iris.
Oh, okay. No, but the person.
There are 4 what you assume to be brides of Strahd.
Oh,
3
okay.
of which you
plus
recognize.
Yeah.
Okay,
A
okay.
4th one that you do not recognize is in this room as well.
Got it.
You think standing guard more than...
Oh, so there's
So the 2 that we did not kill, and then
so there's 5 people in the room,
and then
including
a
Irene.
3rd that we don't know, and then Irina.
Sorry, there's 3 in this room then.
Okay.
Because you killed one.
Yeah.
Killed
Yeah.
one.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was
So
confused.
there's 3 in the room.
3 brides.
So the 2 that we
Irina
didn't
and
kill.
Chance.
The 2 we didn't kill, the new one.
Plus me.
and
Yeah. No, actually, like there would still be 4. The one that got thrown off the cliff is here.
Oh,
Dun dun dun. What's a twist?
we shouldn't have asked.
Would Chance question that?
Oh,
Chance, you were there when she was thrown off.
I'd be definitely thrown off by the fact that she's in here.
Thrown off.
Thrown off. Name of the stream.
You ready?
Okay, so I will obviously look around the room, and what do I like before I respond to Irina? What is everyone's faces looking like? Like, am I sensing that they're like jealous, pissed off? Like, are they happy that he's getting another bride? Like, what's the vibe in the room?
Yeah.
The vibe check.
Yeah.
As you kind of do a vibe check, roll an insight check.
6.
Okay. You notice Irina smile after she says, like, you actually came, kind of, like, fades away. She looks, like, at the corners of the room, like, you know, as you enter, and you notice that sitting in the corner is, like I said, a woman that you do not recognize. She's wearing a scarlet bridesmaid's dress. She has a fanged smile. You clearly think she's another of Strahd's brawls. You notice that from the other corner of the room, a voice kind of calls out saying, do not mind her. You notice that there are the 3 other brides are kind of just like laying on the bed. They're all in matching dresses. And you recognize them immediately as those, like the 3 previous brides. One of them will say, do not mind Sasha here. She's just jealous. Our dear husband unearthed her just to watch him marry another woman.
Yeah.
Woof.
And that's when you think Strahd's bride's number 4, it seems, although you thought 3. They all kind of just stare at you with contempt. But as you, like I said, stand there, she asks you, she says, will you join me in the ceremony as my maid of honor?
Wow.
Before she asks that question, can I be asking the other wives that said, like, don't worry about her, she's jealous, and just be like, and how are you guys feeling today?
They kind of, like, they're just, like, talking amongst.
They don't really care. Yeah. Okay. I guess yes. Like, I'll do it because I know there's probably no way for me to get back. Like, I'll get lost and shit will go wrong. So I'll say yes because I know it'll get me back to, like, Chance will be thinking logically.
You wouldn't get lost. Like, with your intelligence check, you would. Like, you as Isabel might get lost in this castle, but Chance would.
Okay.
Like, not like you've only walked up some stairs and gone into a room. So, like, from that side, you would know it.
Becoming somebody on the inside.
Okay, so I'll ask for, like, I've never done so before, like, what's involved? Like, Chance is, like, just wondering what she has to do, I guess, before, like, saying yes or no.
She just says, just join me on the stage at the ceremony.
Wait, they have a stage?
Like a stage, yeah.
Like
like
From top.
The vampire version.
Wow.
The vampire version of
Yeah.
Altar.
Sorry.
I'll tell her, like,
Jesus.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable doing so.
You can tell that, like, her heart, like, is broken.
But, like, I'll say I will only do it if you can tell me, like, honestly or from the bottom of your heart that you're doing this because you want to.
She said, I want to.
And am I sensing any distrust, lying? Is
No,
she...
not that you-
As she wants to.
Yeah, I think
I think Chance will do it with the mindset that she'll be in front of everybody. So obviously the group will see her. She'll be safe.
Okay.
And I'll be somewhat close to Irina as well. So it's kind of like could be a hand up in our efforts if anything goes down. So she'll be thinking more logically, like, I'll be there.
As you say so, she kind of like Disney runs forward and hugs you. Roll a perception check.
Are you allowed to say that?
What? Disney, you're probably bad now. Sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna be a strikeout chance.
It's a 15.
Okay. As she embraces you, you hear a whisper in your ear, a whisper that you do not think you would ordinarily hear, a whisper you think she is keeping at a tone that no one else in this room would hear.
Okay.
Do not let me marry that monster. I would rather die 1,000 deaths than be his. He calls me Tatiana. Promise me you will cut my throat before he can sink in his fangs. And
Okay.
she kind of lets go of them.
That's sad. I tried to destroy the body.
Is
I tried
there-
to kill the body.
Destroy the body, but not.
Also, when we were planning
It's
for
kind of like one of those moments like, where she's like, it's a hug, and then it's like a little bit longer than normal, and then she's like letting go. Like,
Okay, so I'm gonna say like I kind of like picked her up a little bit because she's like a little bit smaller. I would assume, right?
Okay.
Okay. And did I feel anything in like where I hugged her around her dress? Like, is there anything hidden on her?
There's
Is there
not.
any? Okay. Because there's no way for me to tell her like I don't have weapons.
But with that, you hear some footsteps, and Rahadin re-enters the room and says, "It is time."
Okay, and then on the way out, before I guess we like go wherever we need to go, I'm gonna ask this dude to be like, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be like, and how are you feeling? Are you happy about the ceremony today?
Just delight. And you kind of
And
I don't think you need to roll.
drinking wine.
Okay. Will you be joining us? Are you also on the stage?
I will join you when the time is right. Rahadin guides you back down the south tower stairs that you believe you're in. That's when you hear it. Footsteps that ring out from the darkness below you as you descend the tower. A peal of thunder tears across the sky once more. The spiral staircase twists and twists, until at last you lay your eyes on Strahd von Zarvich himself. The devil offers you a grin and says, "Good evening. I'm ecstatic that you could make it. Your stay so far, I hope, has been pleasant. Now I would stay, but I have other matters to attend to," and he continues to walk up the stairs, kind of putting a hand on Rahadin as he passes. Now, as you leave the dining room, Chance, you would like come out of the staircase basically at the same time as you finish your toast with Strahd, and you hear the organs play once more as you see Strahd playing them behind you.
Did he give us any kind of indication how long until the ceremony starts?
Like maybe a half hour.
And are we going to be?
Oh yeah, I said that last.
Yeah, we just saw them.
Oh my gosh!
Yes.
Are we going to be free to mingle a little bit? I don't know,
Yeah.
like walk around and.
Did we see any doors within
Yeah,
this
Boris
thing?
told us
You do
that.
not see any doors inside.
Which one's the
Who? Okay, wait. I'm trying to think who I would go to first. Like, Chance, who would she?
So is she by herself now, or is she with?
No, she is with
She's
all
not
of you.
with us.
No, but I mean with Irina. Or Irina's still upstairs.
Irina's still upstairs.
Okay.
So you
You're
think
joining.
from what you gathered, yeah, Irina was still like staying behind, kind of getting ready.
Reeves is going to motion to Cormac and Chance to come talk, and I will open that up to everybody else, but I want to kind of have a smaller huddle
I want to follow the.
and say,
That's short job.
and I'll whisper very quietly and just say, that's the only place they could have taken our weapons. Chance, what did you see out there? Is there anywhere they could have brought our stuff?
I don't think I would have seen anything unless Jeff, you say otherwise, because I like saw the landing strips and I apparently
Landings. You saw the landings.
The landings, and then like sweating my ass off as I'm going up the stairs.
But the landings are like rooms.
Yeah, like
The landings are like
Like the stairs and then a landing and then stairs and then a landing. So
Were there doors in the landings? When you were
there
there?
would have been, yeah.
She said there was guard doors.
They would have been closed, bar.
Yeah.
And I did not see anything like where.
Someone wouldn't have a hard time getting past that.
Yeah. Okay, so if it's just the three of us, then I'll basically kind of motion a little bit. Like I'll just make like a figure like of a girl like this, and just be like,
How curvy?
like.
Well, you guys, like I imagine you can be standing in the entry hall if you want,
Okay.
and like
Just,
you're huddled
Extremely quiet, like extremely quiet. Basically just saying
like
that
there's lots of guests that are not going to play.
that Irina does not want to marry him and like prefers death. Like she asked me to kill her.
I mean, can you blame her? Look at the decorations; they're so gorgeous.
Reeves is
She's desperate.
He's gonna look at Sid and say, "It's still her."
Yeah.
It's still her.
No, yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing that Reeves would get
Yeah.
from that is that she's not brainwashed, not a zombie.
Yeah.
It's still Irina.
She needs to stay alive. Yeah.
Oh, and I'll explain that apparently now I'm in the wedding party and I'll be standing up with everybody, so please watch out for me.
That's great news.
Yeah, it's great news.
It's honestly.
As I said before, and I mentioned once, and you shot me down. So I think the only way to delay things, possibly do what we don't want to do.
Technical question. So they get married, but then they only become vampires like the next day? Or is it like the same?
You're not entirely sure.
We have no idea.
And I know we don't have weapons, but there are other ways.
Speaking of, Merek will be seen catching his breath just for a moment next to a wall. 3 damage. And the blood is starting to like
Squirt.
No. We're not there yet, but it's like the pools of blood are starting to get like very visible at this point.
From the inside of your clothes out?
Yeah, from like
You got a
the
butthole stain?
No, it's
Yeah,
because
definitely
like
got
it's
butthole stain.
more of a dark green, so it's not as obvious at first, but they're the little like half-inch dots are starting to grow there.
After you stand there and deliberate, Davian Mardukov will approach you, and he whispers in your ear the dungeons. And then kind of walks.
They brought it in the dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a tool in the dungeon.
Oh, you can go downstairs through those.
I was just about to ask, does that stairway go down as well?
These stairs here, they do. Yeah, they go
We
down.
were told not to leave this floor.
You can't leave the main floor.
Yes, but when's the last time we followed the rules?
Especially you.
Uh,
To be fair, only go something
I'd be-
to follow.
I'd be much happier to face the consequences of that
if I had my belongings.
Mm,
We can't risk doing something to her and facing that fallout without her weapon.
fair. And Chance will explain like she's pretty much not able to do
You've been here
anything
before.
because without her tools she can't cast spells.
Even
you
if
been
we
to the
wanted to
dungeons?
kill her with a simple weapon, we would have to fight the entire.
Mm.
Maybe with a little bit of a distraction, Cormac and I could sneak without being noticed.
Okay, I'll also mention to everyone or whoever's listening in that group, there's also a possibility that there's someone in this castle who is not liked by Strahd that we could possibly have as an ally, but it's very in the air. The Escher guy.
Oh yeah.
Are we all part of this?
He is
conference?
not happy about this wedding.
I think to Reeves, Sid would say, be careful with breaking what's a clear law.
Oh my god, yeah.
That is why,
Oh, fuck. I forgot about that.
that is why he has me.
Reeves would deflate.
That means Reeves cannot leave the main floor.
Mm-mm.
But I said guys.
Has to be someone else.
No, I
You
die.
guys
Sid
and I'm
gets
cursed.
I know.
Yeah.
So,
But-
Cormac will roll up his sleeves and just be like,
they basically
I'll give you
told us
some
before
pointers and
that-
maybe give you
Yeah.
or maybe I'll give you advantage on your stealth check if I just kind of point out the things to look out for.
just throw me map.
You know, is the Markovs basically said that the dungeons are in the or the weapons
No,
are
I
in
mean
the dungeon.
we've been in dungeons before. Can we try to remember maybe a rough description of where to go?
So
It's been a long time, but
you can roll a wisdom check. To try to remember where you've
Mercer's
been.
been down there.
But you do know the dungeons are quite elaborate and you
Yeah.
haven't been.
I rolled
18 for Mercer.
a 4.
Okay.
Plus my wisdom 5. But
Fine.
So yeah,
I'll mention that
with
there's
that you feel like you can pretty accurately describe where you've been.
you said the ceremony was like 30 minutes
About
away, so I'll mention like I can't go anywhere because like they'll be looking for me.
All right. Well, if Mercer can give Cormac a decent description of depth of where the dungeons are, because I definitely don't want to end up inside a fucking wall. I'm just going to. Cormac is just going to give you all just.
I would like to look around. Is anyone watching us, or any paintings watching us, or anything?
Reeves is going to do that distraction he retconned earlier.
Mm.
Yeah. I'll do
Yeah, we'll accept the check.
make some noise.
Merrek's gonna look at the party and
I rolled a 3. My passive is 19.
You notice everyone's kind of paying attention to
Yeah,
you, but like more like who are these people?
Yeah.
More than like a
Like, there's not like a. It doesn't seem like there's like a guard being
no,
like.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every move.
Are they paying less attention to say Cormac and this? We
No,
lived here before and didn't cause issues before.
no.
We didn't cause issues, we helped.
Okay, we didn't help before.
No, you
We
think
technically knew.
pretty similar, like in like how much attention they're giving.
Yeah.
You think it's more like a stature of the group than that.
Our reputation precedes us.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Everybody.
Merek was pondered throughout this entire conversation while he was catching his breath at first. We'll look at Cormac and Lisbeth and say he's clearly saying this in code there because he's trying to be clever once again. But he's gonna say, "Help me stop my bleeding, so we can commence hers."
Okay.
Hers.
Arena.
Hers, like HER''S.
Are you going to attack Irina first? That's your first choice?
That's all he
If
said.
it gets her
Are you asking me?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Good. If Reeves heard it, Reeves
So
can
what-
ask me. I'm just not sure if you're in character or not.
What's the plan? Is
So-
for Cormac to zip himself down there?
Essentially.
Cormac zip himself back up.
Bag of holding, baby.
Mm.
That golden guy did with it.
Everything can fit inside of it.
Yeah.
All I need is one trip back.
I know, but walking back.
Nope. I'm making a
It's a
sacrifice of
dungeon.
spells
We
here.
got patience in this dungeon.
I
Literally
think we've got
have to,
30 minutes. Yeah.
Mercer,
know, but,
Mercer could give
he's-
him a description of where they had been.
Yeah.
So he's kind of given him somewhat of a familiar layout.
I might be thinking too much into
No,
it.
but to your
Just
point,
like-
it's a very like
We just said dungeon, and it's a dungeon. It's like a labyrinth, like you said. Like you're gonna zip into.
so at this point, the group feel free to make a choice. Are you sending or going off the main floor, or are you remaining on the main floor?
Well, the pizza's almost here.
That's good.
Well,
I think I would want to stay on the main floor myself.
I'm staying on the main floor.
Yeah, Merek doesn't want to be dripping blood everywhere because it's
There's a trail?
It's a trail, right? So,
But
as a tracker, I know that.
and I think staying on the main floor, I would be basically looking for allies in case
Mm-hmm.
we run out of time. I would basically be looking for people to send down to help. Like,
Okay.
like basically telling.
What about
My
Van
plan is that-
Richten?
Yeah, my plan would be to like
He's
talk to Van
fucking
Richten and Esmeralda
Yeah.
Know what we're
and
doing.
Ismark and maybe the Marnikovs and be like, look, if things go wrong, like go get our stuff with like someone's down there or something.
Mhm.
Like go help. I would be trying to get that and like keep an eye on doing something at the
It's
last
annoying.
minute if I have to.
It's annoying.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. So
before you do the distraction,
we're not. Yeah,
if you do that,
I'm not doing it. Right.
you still plan on doing the distraction to get me down there?
Yes, yeah. If
Come
people
back.
are just generally looking at you, I don't want anyone to see you disappear.
And probably the more of us still in the main floor, the
suspicious
less,
stuff.
yeah, like
Yeah.
you can just look as if
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
maybe he just went to the washroom.
If
Like,
the guy who's bleeding out of his fucking eyes goes missing, like all of a sudden, and there's no door near him, people are gonna ask the question.
Cormac is going to reach inside his jacket, and out of the vest, he's going to pull out a small letter. He's just going to hand it to you. If I don't make it back,
oh,
I would look at. Is there like anything on the outside of it?
just a heart.
Inside is it like check yes or no? Do you like me? Check yes or no.
I hope I.
We've
can
all
get
been
this
there.
For Esmeralda, it's for Esmeralda. Check yes or no.
back. Put it in my
Alright.
pocket.
Amazing.
And
I know what to do with it.
Cormac, we are going to spotlight on you for a minute. I'm assuming you descend down the stairs.
Yeah.
I'll just do that. See?
the cameras to see if they're here.
Yeah, I got a text saying they're close.
Yeah, they're here.
Before he goes,
Do we want to pause?
Yeah, we're going to pause in a minute because something's going to happen that you need a decision.
Is there a way for me to pass him basically
here.
my spell components?
They are sewn in. So unless... So,
I would have to like rip it open.
so you descend the stairs down into the underbelly of the beast, so to speak. You end up at a landing. You notice to your right, so right here, you notice the stairs continue to descend downward.
Where's the wolf?
Ahead of you is a closed door.
Okay.
Where would you like to go?
I guess first I would investigate the door. I don't know what's. Does this look like a dungeon? Does this look dungeony?
It looks dungeony down
Right.
here.
Dungeon-esque?
What that does.
Gravity works at least.
Cool. You end up basically in a dusty, 10-foot wide, 30-foot long corridor. To the south, like I said, there is a spiral staircase that goes into darkness. The north end has a door. As you make your way towards the door, you hear a click underneath your feet.
Oh, fuck.
That is where we're gonna take a break.
God.
Cool. One thing of dungeon crawling.
What have we done?
You open that letter now?
No,
I'm never going to open it.
It's okay.
I just know who I have
It's
to give it
okay.
to.
If there's anybody who knows how to get around quickly and
Yeah.
effectively, it is Cormac.
You heard the click, it doesn't necessarily gone off. It could be like a mine.
But I will ask Jeff before we leave.
Mhm.
With would I recognize what this is?
It is a trap.
No. Yeah, I got that. Would I recognize the type of trap, the mechanism, the
Morton trap.
right? But is it when I step or when I release?
Well, if you step and you're not instantly dead,
it's on.
then it's on release.
That's a good way of thinking about it.
And am I heavy enough to even trigger it?
You are.
Okay.
Like as soon as
Things are
as soon as you step on it, something is going to happen.
As soon as I step on it, or
Like-
as soon as I release my foot?
Something has
Like,
begun
you
happening,
step
but
on
we
it,
press
it's
pause.
licked, and like what happens next, I haven't told you yet.
Okay.
That's not anxiety inducing at all.
So enjoy your meal.
We're fine.
All right, gonna
I can
pause.
tell you what happens if you want, but
BRB stream.
Yeah, we're gonna pause.
Do
We're
I
gonna
have
pause stream.
to-
Joel, you should stick around. It's gonna get crazy when we get back.
Do I
on that. You,
What's on that?
as you step and you hear a click, the floor descends beneath you, and you find yourself in a small 5x5 room of sorts. Gas starts to fill the chamber as the latches above close.
No, not the gas again.
And I'm going to need 3 con saves.
That sounds awfully fucking familiar.
And this is
No,
what
like-
you start to hear. You start to hear the grinding of gears as if you are in some sort of elevator. You feel the floor, the weight beneath, lifting you up.
Lifting me up? What the fuck? And so this is all within 6 seconds, so even with
So 1 con save per round.
per round.
Maybe you can do something in those. Pretty good.
That's a 19.
Okay.
Nice, you rolled last time for this.
Oh my god.
No, it's not that bad.
That was a good sound. That was not a good sound.
Yeah, lie to us.
It's
About that noise.
It's obviously the other side of the screen.
You take 13 points of acid damage.
Alright. And
That was louder because it was
as soon as that happens, I mean, I am going to. So I'm in a 5x5, right?
Yeah.
And I'm inside the elevator
A box elevator.
Box.
box.
You can see it on the picture actually, but the counterweight falling, not falling, but like
Right.
going down.
I can see that.
No, you can't see it.
Oh,
You-
can't
you
see
are-
that?
It is completely pitch dark.
It's pitch dark. All right. Well, then I am going to. Can I Misty Step to the top of this box?
You can't see. Like it has to be a place you can see, right?
Yeah, I think
So you
it's
can't see
set to
out.
see.
Is it?
Yeah, and it's set something you can see.
Well, then Dimension Door. Would I be able to guess? Good guesstimate of, because it's only been 6 seconds, of how far up I've been. Where the. So okay, explain the trap to me. So I stepped on this thing,
So basically,
and then the door, the floor opened up, and I
so
fell.
basically you were walking, you stepped, it gave way, you fell into it. This part, sorry, not this one. This part started rising.
In a box.
Okay. So would it be safe to assume that I have a fair guess of where that hallway began in relative distance to where I am now?
Probably not.
Because Dimension Door, you just pick a.
I just have to know a certain location within a certain amount of feet and a certain angle. So if I've hit
Roll me an
there,
Arcana check
fell
or
in,
perception
and then
check.
it started going up.
Yeah.
I'll make an Arcana. That is 20.
And you're trying to use Dimension Door?
Yes.
To
get back to the foot of the
Yeah.
steps where I started. Waste a spell, but I no longer have to take
Better than the
acid
alternative.
damage.
Better than dying.
So just verbal. Takes an action, teleports up in your current location.
Oh, no,
Spot
that's
you at
dangerous.
exactly the spot you desire.
I'll have to eat them ripple by ripple.
Place you can see.
Oh, yes?
When
How do you eat Skittles? How do you eat Skittles?
Handful
Do you
of time.
smush them?
I put a handful in my mouth.
No, absolutely not.
At least eat them with color.
I squish it. I don't know. How do you eat them,
I
Mark?
get how generic the spell writing is.
Just like
Can be a place you can visualize.
Yeah.
I'd say with that, I'd say fine.
All right.
Like,
I can't eat them
fine.
anymore though.
You would take an extra set of damage because you were surprised on your way out. But you're trying to go back just basically like
To the start, so the
the
steps.
start. Okay. Roll another con save.
I use my inspiration on this.
It's not better, but I have advantage. She's blessing.
Oh,
Good
no.
God fucking damn it.
What is it?
I'm taking damage.
7 and a 2. On
You
the
take 28 points of damage.
Holy fucking shit.
I'm at half health.
But you do end up back where you wanted to be. Just as you appear, basically right here. Hopefully you can see yourself.
Yep.
Right next to you, in this square right here, a very, very heavy piece of stone lands next to you.
Oh, the counterweight. Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I think he made his decision to go into the dungeon.
There's still a door across, correct?
Yeah, and there's stairs to your right, right up here that seem to continue down stairs.
Okay.
Like that, it's not one thing. Castle Ravenloft is a true
Death trap.
no, not only a true death trap, but really a true icon of like assign a DM to build a labyrinth, and you have Castle Ravenloft. It is
Yeah.
Okay.
for me to not get lost. I literally have like 3D renderings on this thing. I have a flow chart and like
Oh my God.
other maps to make sure that I know how to get from point A to point
So from here, I'm going to use my mage hand
B. Okay.
to open the door across the hall.
Okay. Yeah. When you do, a hall.
Whoa.
You don't see this guy actually. He's not here. A hall greets you. That was Cyrus, by the way. Those of you who were here before know that was the butler's quarters. Yeah, you do not see anything but kind of a mist choked hallway.
Mercer has been here before.
Yeah.
So I mean, I recognize all of it. Cormac has not.
Yeah.
He described it to you.
Who did describe it to me? Right. Well, don't burn too many spells here. But so there's just. Is there like a gap in the floor, or?
Yeah, there's now basically like a hole in the floor where this.
Okay, then I'm going to use my once a day.
Oh, actually, sorry. There's no hole in the floor because the thing closed.
Okay, and there's a counterweight there.
Yeah.
All right, so now very cautiously, very carefully,
Okay.
I'm gonna slowly
Maybe so.
make my way to the door.
Okay. A second elevator. No, just kidding.
I'm going home. I'm going to America. I'll see you later.
Yeah. I'm assuming you're entering the hallway.
I'm peeping through.
Okay.
I'm not actually entering the room yet.
That is what you see. You see an open door that seems to lead to a room full of bones. Ahead of you, this door would actually be closed. Cannot move anything. Perfect. Broken.
Did I lock in a cat somewhere?
This door's closed. But you see a hallway with 3 doors and what appears to be some
Thanks.
area. You think what you see is a beginning set of steps here.
No?
All right.
Yeah.
Well.
Any sort of sign of recent travel down here?
Roll maybe investigation check.
Not great. 12.
Not that you can really tell. Fog just clings to the floor of this room. Makes it pretty hard to see anything that's going on.
All right. I see these 3 doors.
Yep.
Do I hear anything? Do I hear any sounds coming from
It is almost as if the hall was holding its breath in silence.
Uh-oh.
Not way to go, right?
Rough,
Like
bro.
staircase back.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. I might go down the steps a little bit and see what's down that way. I know I don't have that much time. But yeah, I'll go back down the hallway again, gingerly now that I know that there's certain things like this.
Okay.
And I'm going to just ease my way down the steps to the next floor down.
You're heading down. Okay.
A third elevator.
Let's see what's that.
Okay. So now again, if we locked it up, usually goes behind the door, like I think.
Give you 1 second here.
You're fine.
We got the two most important ones. So.
It'll cost me less in food.
Going to move you.
I am
Uh-oh.
hurt.
Is this room like where that bride who likes all the bones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. The bone.
Yeah.
room,
Okay.
which looks really fucking cool.
It's cool.
But
The bone.
It's literally like a table made out of bones. I think, right?
Here we go. Here, Nick. Get me. Boom. You are on the
Have a
next.
trip.
As you descend the stairs, you end up standing in still and black, murky water. The water surface is dark and mirrored, like almost as if glass. You notice that the occasional thwick from the ceiling, a drop falls, and it's the only thing that disturbs the water. 20 feet ahead, you see what appears to be an arched doorway of sorts. There is so at the end of the hall, you see a door, but apart from that, you do not see anything.
Do you want to try that again for the stream? Make
No.
sure.
That's all I got, guys. Sorry.
All right. Well, I don't think they're down here.
It's a rusty. That's a place to make our weapons rust.
Yeah.
Misty, watery.
Tetanus.
Starting to feel more like a crypt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. An actual dungeon.
There's a word I want to use, but I won't use it.
Well, I don't think they're down here either. Cormac will be smart enough to know not. Cormac cannot detect magic. He cannot. But what he can do is if I still have a bag with me. Good. Just regular. Should have a lamp.
A lamp.
I light said lamp and use my mage hand to carry it further out into this dungeon.
Okay, this is where we're going to use your mini. Please guide. I'll move you to here.
Oh, God.
Please guide the way. Where would you like to go?
I'm not going. The lantern is.
Oh, you're using your mage hand.
Yeah.
Yes,
I see.
using
Okay.
my mage hand to manipulate the lantern to see what's down here.
See what's further. Got it. And mage hand is verbal and somatic. Cool. I'm going to use the group map marker just to do the light component. But that is approximately. But you wouldn't necessarily be able to see that, right?
Yeah, you can see
Yeah, it'd
the-
be, yeah. The head's down another hallway.
It just lights it better.
And
It's
that's
not-
all
It just
water.
lights it better. Yeah, so it would continue down until right about here where there's a doorway. Right up here.
I don't think it's down here. I don't think it's down here. This seems like a lot.
Does it feel like the? I guess that's why the fuck am I asking?
No, go ahead.
I mean, this damp like forever. It would be a great place to torture prisoners.
Absolutely.
You just live your life in this kind of shitty water, right? Like
Yeah.
maybe it is saying something about being a dungeon.
But the problem is that, like, okay, if we're thinking about these weapons are supposed to come back to us, correct? And we did notice that everyone else, we're the only ones that lost their weapons, right? But if they're coming back to us, and we did take Strahd's promise to be true, so some fucking white would have to walk through all of this and bring it back. You know, and
But
it just
are those
seems
people magic? Could they just like?
no. I mean, they're undead.
Our weapons go.
Our weapons. So I'm just trying to think how Cormac would think of, like, if you're gonna hide something that's well enough, but also be able to return it. Don't think it would be kept down here in water.
Like Cormac, regardless of where the weapons are, wouldn't want water.
Oh, absolutely
In
not.
water.
I feel like I'm going to do the same.
Yeah. There's other options.
Also, we kind of made an assumption that when he said dungeon, he was talking about
You got that.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we asked.
Because you took.
Yeah, but he might have been like saying, you need to know this for.
Don't go in the dungeon.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So all right, I'm gonna head back up to the hallway that I was in before.
Okay.
Because Cormac would definitely not be going through water, for any means.
Yeah. When you stand here, it's about 2 feet deep. You think any further, and it'll maybe get deeper.
Yeah, no, I'm not a swimmer. And that's canon. So I'm gonna go back upstairs and I'm gonna go and see what that other room holds.
Okay.
But first, I will cast a little healing word on myself.
Okay.
Because I'm at half health now. I cast a healing word at a 2nd level. It's 2d4, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That sucks. That's 3 plus 5, so 8. Up 48.
Sorry, that's me.
All right.
I realized we didn't share the link at all today.
Better. I guess I'll go back to this doorway here. And I can't hear anything that's happening. And this door is closed, right?
It is. Yeah. You're actually. I'll help you here. Let me do this. Boom. But then there you go. This is accurate.
All right. But I do see this big ass door, right?
Yep.
That's probably the door that I would check first.
The one that leads to the Hall of Bones.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not approaching anything without touching Mage Hand first to the fucking door.
Okay.
Like,
It's open.
It's like
so the door's
rubbing
open.
across the
Yeah.
the wall.
Yeah, so the door's open. And yeah, as you enter, you find yourself in a very, well, not familiar for you, but familiar for the rest of you. It is the Hall of Bones. It is where Argynvost's skull, as you look up, is still hanging.
Wow.
holy fucking shit.
I think we were supposed to get out of the.
And I thought
No, you guys
upstairs
got
was
the
bad.
bottom.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I thought upstairs was bad.
In canon, we're supposed to get.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In the real campaign, you're supposed to get that whole head out somehow.
It weighs so much.
And all the way to Argynvost. I was like, that makes no fucking. How are you supposed to do that? At this level, maybe you could like dimension door.
Yeah.
And things
Any
like
weapons?
that. There's nothing. No. There's some bones.
Like a bone knife.
There's another door.
Mhm.
There is.
Shank
There are two doors. One to the south. One
You
to the
played
north.
for 7 days.
It's effective.
Let's go to the north first.
Okay. The north.
No.
But he looks good.
Yeah. As you open the door, you find yourself in a shambled room. There are scattered furniture laying in heaps along the walls with broken bones. There are crumbled, rusted, and broken plate armors. There are both shields and swords that jut from the walls as if driven into them by some sort of tremendous force. There are two doors that stand at one door here, as well as one like archway there.
Can I see across the hall into is this room open?
Which way, sorry?
Directly across from me.
It is open, yes.
Does it look much nicer than what I'm currently seeing?
It does not, but it looks a little bit better kept. It looks way cleaner.
I'll make my way towards that room.
Okay. And as you enter this room, you feel this great and heavy burden on your shoulders as you enter.
Ooh.
Oh, I remember this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a cursed object in here or something.
Yeah, we never figured that out.
I like the daggers inside of inside a coffin.
Yeah, you got that feeling.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. But no weapons. I don't see any weapons.
None.
Okay, so Cormac's not going to spend any time in a room that he can't like perceive that there might be a weapon or weapons hidden.
Okay.
We had a rather large stash, so if there's like no big cabinets, no anything like that, or lockboxes, chests, anything.
Wasn't there a secret one? Okay.
Yeah, but Cormac doesn't.
Mercer told him.
Did Mercer tell him?
So probably not in a very short amount of time.
That's fair.
Those of you in the entry hall, who's everyone mingling with, or what is everyone talking about? About 15 minutes has passed.
Yeah, I would be spending time trying to basically affirm maybe some support and allies,
Okay.
and either the Martikovs or Ismark can say if something happens and we don't have our weapons, go find them. Basically, try to ask them to.
Yeah.
I think the Martikovs would even be more useful finding our weapons than fighting. Same thing with Ismark. That's kind of what I'd be trying to do, is kind of have those quiet conversations around the hall.
Okay.
Not saying we're going to attack, but saying if something happens.
Yeah.
All right. What's down this other hallway here?
You're
Just checking. I'm not heading into it. I'm just
you see some stairs that lead upwards.
Upwards.
Yeah.
All right. Cormac, this is the first time in the castle, so he has no idea where to go, and he's pretty shell shocked from what just fucking happened. He's going to be cautious and not go any further than he really needs to go.
So,
Does it look like anybody's been down here recently?
we got 15 minutes till the ceremony starts, right?
Right.
Yeah. Your internal clock, you would.
Yeah. So let's head back to the bone room and then go to the check out the other door.
Okay.
Would anyone else be doing something different than what I'm doing?
Well, I thought we were all going to get a turn, so I was just waiting.
Yeah, go ahead. What would you like to be doing?
Merek would even though the damage is starting to wear on him a bit, would be trying to mingle with some of the guests with this horrible language. But at the same time, what he's actually doing is surveying the room for any threat that we haven't discovered yet. Whether Strahd has planted people in the crowd, or there's, friggin' crossbow dude up in a rafter somewhere, or whatever, right?
Second feeder on the glassing hole.
Yeah, and the last thing he'd be surveying is trying to get a peek at what door we're going into for the actual ceremony, or is it taking place where we are right now?
No, you think it's likely to take place in the chapel? It's kind of the whispers that you get.
Okay, so if wherever the door that we have to go to the chapel, Merek's trying to check that out too. So that's what he's doing while people are staring at him bleeding from his mouth, his eyes,
Cool.
his ears.
Can you all guess what Chance is doing?
What's Chancy?
I'm gonna talk to Jenny.
Okay.
But she hasn't seen,
I
she
would
hasn't
not
seen
have
her
guessed that.
Yeah.
in months. Like, or however many days we've been gone. She hasn't
Yeah.
seen her in a while.
As you approach her, she goes, "Oh, my dear, you look different."
You mean I look good?
No, just different. Not like I would have raised.
What do you mean by that?
Let us not spoil the pleasantries. How are you enjoying your evening so far?
It's okay so far. Apparently I'll be in the ceremony.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Have you heard where the rest of your group is sitting yet?
No, have you heard?
I've not, no, but I've seen well. And she kind of points out some of the Dasani kind of walking around, and they're like handing like everyone kind of where there can be.
Mm-hmm.
They are enemies,
Yeah.
which we knew, but
And are you happy about this evening and this joint of hands
Well,
or whatever?
seeing my sisters after so long, it's right. A strange feeling. Although, yes, I can't wait. Return
Turn?
like home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why do you not see them often? I remember growing up they were never around.
Yes. Well, that came from a choice to turn, well, we little children into, well, a disgrace, really, if you ask me.
And so you didn't agree with them.
No.
You agree with them today?
No.
You know if Irina is marrying Strahd by choice?
Dear, you ask a lot of questions of old Jenny.
Well, Jenny, you know a lot.
Oh.
I haven't seen you in so long.
Stroke her ego. There you go.
I like to think I do know quite a bit, but not about what it is that Strahd has for a plan.
And so
You know, I mind my own business.
yes. So do we to a certain extent. But we don't like when things are forced on people.
Yeah, she doesn't really
Okay.
say like have any response.
And does she have her like weapons or anything like that? And so will you be sitting with your sisters tonight?
No, I suspect I'll be sitting at a distance.
Would you like to sit with us?
Don't think we have a choice, my dear.
I guess we'll be seeing you then.
Goodbye.
Hi, Jenny.
What's everyone else doing next? Lisbeth up to
So
Mercer.
you look different because you're no longer under her curse.
Maybe?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
That's a flex.
not how I would have raised you.
Yeah.
Basically. Healthy.
You did raise me, and then, yeah.
It's like you said, so good. I look good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. You said Luca was there, right?
He is.
I think Elizabeth would interact with Luca.
Okay.
After he's doing okay.
Luca doing great. Big castle.
Did Luca come here?
Big castle.
Luca come with the Biku.
Okay, wait. Can I recon something?
Yeah.
Can I ask Jenny more about, like, the thing where she said that obviously the sisters would turn kids into disgraces and whatever?
Mhm.
Just to say, like, well, if you are not aware, some of my friends have had, like, run-ins with I think there's 3 of them, right? With those
Mhm.
those 3. So if anything goes wrong during the ceremony or after the ceremony, and people turn on us, like, will you be able to help us?
Depends how Jenny feels at the time. It's
I'm-
late evening, and he does have to get some rest.
Stuff bedtime.
But you have spells for that. You always get your beauty rest somehow.
No beauty rest now.
I'll think on it.
Okay, thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, Luca, you can clearly tell Luca's like amazed just by
He's just like happy to be
wow,
there.
tall ceiling,
I am.
like good stonework.
Did Luca get an invitation?
You think
Or is
Dimitri had a
just
+1?
I hate Dimitri.
No, his wife.
Whoops.
Go to a fucking killer's castle with his +1?
Yeah.
Dick.
It's you think it's more of a like, hey, we're going to this really
Yeah, you bring
Cool event.
bringing up. Yeah,
well,
bring
huge castle, like we're
Yeah.
bring this.
I think Dimitri was like indifferent towards us. I think he really hated
Yeah,
us.
it's
but
different.
He wasn't upset with us, but we did just kill his wife. We understood why we had, or banish his wife. We understood why we had to banish his wife and why we.
I feel like he did that as much as we did, though.
Yeah, exactly. I think he
That
was.
was-
I think he was just.
Yeah, because
like,
he said we did the right thing,
Yeah.
or he said he would have done worse or
Yeah.
something.
yeah, he was just a broken.
Yeah.
When we left him.
Hmm.
So. I don't think
How best friend liking castle?
very
Yes,
nice. Luca.
friend.
It's very nice.
Yes, so nice, so shiny.
Make sure you get lots of food to eat, Luca.
Oh, look, I've been eating all the fruits. Anything else? What's more up to?
I was gonna have a brief word with Mercer. Not much, but just maybe mention something about we may need to use that spell. We
Mm.
I don't even know how it says. We may need to use that thing we talked about.
That was a while ago. What was that?
I'm referring to
The one you
Pointing out.
yeah, I'm referring to the thing I unprepared because you have it always prepared.
The spells.
Okay, yeah, I got you. I remember now.
That's all I'm gonna say. Just if it comes to it, we may need to use that. I don't know if that I don't know if that has components or what the deal is with that, but
It does have a material component.
so we'll see. We'll see. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
All right.
And what about-
Can I ask? Sorry. Are there any? No, sorry, I can't do that. Forget I said anything.
All right.
What about Reeves? What's he doing?
I think. Did I skip Reeves?
Yeah, but
Oh.
You went to go talk with Markovs?
that was the first time.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
what would Reeves be up to?
Yeah, I'm trying to do a mental list over like allies we've run into that we haven't spoken to.
Well, the purple girl.
Oh, the girl with
The
the
crow
blue-
girl.
The crow girl that we
Yeah,
rescued.
specific marks.
So,
Yeah,
like,
Yeah,
going,
okay.
go through the list. There's like, Henrik from Valaki's here. Henrik Vandervoort,
Mm.
the coffin maker. You see the Watcher. You had killed the. Well, you killed the mother of
That's probably
you killed Fiona Watcher, who was like the leader of the cult in Blood.
right.
So somebody that you would have heard whispers. Her son Carl Watcher is here.
Yeah,
You would see some other kind of like the familiar faces. You would see the two hunters are here as well.
Okay.
You would see
Got a little hole with them.
many different Vistani. You see Aragol, Rahadin, obviously, you've seen kind of Escher walking around. You do see one figure who does not look familiar to you that's walking the grounds. You notice he's carrying kind of, he's carrying like a lot of papers as he's walking around.
Does he look like he's working?
Kind of, yeah. Apart from that, yeah, Mardukov.
We haven't spoken
Yeah,
to Esmeralda or to
Yeah.
Van Rick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of haven't gotten them
Is Carl's Jr. looking at us stink eye?
Carl Jr.
Kind of.
Burgers.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like an ally.
No.
And you went on that board. I didn't print everything, but
You would see Gertruda walking around as well.
yeah.
Who's the abbot?
The abbot is not here yet.
Oh, yet?
Yes.
Oh crap!
Who's fuck?
You think he's invited, but he's not here.
Is he gonna be this?
He has a bride.
Oh, great. If
Yeah.
we have to get the
That'll be awkward when he brings his
Yeah.
no,
best bride.
Are Van
The
Richten and
messed up
Esmeralda together?
Yeah. You can find him.
Yeah, I'd like to take a minute to talk with them and kind of let them know the state of what's gone down so far, what we've heard
Okay.
from Chance, and that we're trying to get our weapons back. But I am going to ask, do either of them have like anything on them if we need to like quickly grab some stuff? Like, does we have spell components that some of the magic users can borrow, or
Yeah, I feel like
Can I say something? And I really usually don't like to metagame, and I don't know if this is going to be qualified as such, but didn't you say you had locate object?
I
Person.
do have locate object prepared. Or no, I've locate person.
Okay. So yeah, yes.
Correct.
As you
I
said,
think although we
yes,
talked
you
about
wanted
that,
to know about the white.
she would have like she has her two weapons, her rapier and her hand axe. Apart from that, she doesn't really have anything outside of her normal equipment. She has some wooden stakes, but she also has a poison given to her by Merek.
He's got 3 or 4.
Yeah, three of the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what's the poison?
Simple injury poison. Applied to a weapon. Save on a con save for 2d4 poison.
What would happen if someone drinks that?
Do not believe it can be used.
Trying to think of like something
more
Chance
like
could
a-
slide
More
over
like
to.
it's more like a paste that you
Yeah.
apply on the weapon.
Don't know then.
Did he give it to Tatiana and make her kill himself?
That's what I was thinking.
Or I mean, give her the option.
Then Chance doesn't. Or
We did drink
Cormac,
twice.
Yeah.
you find yourself in this hallway.
What's laying around here? This hallway.
Are you moving like forward?
Nope.
What do you
What do you see on the ground?
What do I see on the ground?
Oh, I see. Yeah, just jump.
damn it, no weapons.
You see, the floor is like this very sickly yellow color. But yeah, there is nothing else.
Well, there's just there's really nothing. I will start slowly making my way down this hallway.
When you get here, you see what appears to be a long corridor. There's alcoves on each side. There appears to be some sort of skeletal remains in the center of the room.
Right.
Yeah, it appears to be some sort of skeletal remains. It is also deathly silent. Just look before.
Not sure we actually went in there.
All right. How far away are the bones?
They are 35 feet.
Okay. How many of them are there?
Bones?
Yeah.
It's like a skeletal remain.
about 200?
That's a lot of
Give or
bones.
take 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be a few minutes.
So they would be considered what? Tiny?
Probably not. No.
Small?
Like in D&D
Object?
investigation.
Yeah, as objects.
Oh. What classification is.
Well, I mean, if a dead body is an object, technically, I would suppose bones would be an object.
Say what the size classification is. Here, yeah, it does. So, yeah, they'd be small.
Okay. I'm gonna animate 10 of them.
There's coffee.
Okay.
You won't sleep probably.
It has to animate objects.
Okay.
And have them come to me.
A fair in the morning.
Okay.
For you.
Love it. Yeah. Yeah, you have 10 bombs that kind of just block you.
What? All right, listen up. I need you all to spread out. Find, and I'll list off the certain items that I'm looking for. Go. And I will send them. I would send them down the hallway. And, and throughout this floor here.
Smart.
Yeah.
So,
Let them set off all the traps.
so it is concentration.
Yep.
Each target animates become a creature under your control. Does the creature have a stat block?
As a bonus action, you can, yes. You can mentally command any creature you made if the creature is within 500 feet of you. If I can control all of them at the same time or issuing single commands to each one. And for small,
Oh, it's a construct. Here we go.
they have
It's
HP
con-
25,
Its con is 10, and its intelligence and wisdom are 3. Okay.
but it can understand my orders.
Yep.
And I have 10 of them. They have 25 HP, 16 AC.
What is it doing once it finds it?
It's returning back to me.
Okay.
All right. So, I'm going to send them out.
That's not even be that weird.
Send them out.
Bones walking around. Ravenloft.
You see all these random traps going on.
What
Yeah.
else would you like to do?
Right now, I'm going to send them around that hallway. Send them possibly down this hallway. And just wait for a moment.
Okay, they do go down like this area,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't find anything.
Okay.
God damn.
Did they go down that other hall?
Down here.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they disappear. I don't know how many you're sending that way, but they all disappear. Like,
To keep going. Or
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, so they just keep going.
Something out there.
Well, I can only command them up to 500 feet. So they wouldn't go any further than that.
Okay.
I guess I would just wait a moment and see if they return.
Oh no.
we like the dice.
This is also damage you don't have to take.
There's 10 of them, right? Yes.
Explosions to do that?
All of them. Sirens in the distance.
Yeah.
Some of them do come back, not all. They I don't know how long you wait. 5 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do not find it. Or they do not find rather what you.
Head down the hallway just a little bit so I can get a view of what's down here.
There are some stairs leading upwards.
Some stairs leading up. So they went up the steps.
Damn it.
Oh, no.
Guess we're heading back, and I'm bringing my bones.
You don't die.
I'm heading back to the bone room.
Okay.
I'm gonna go through that other hallway.
You're like back the hallway you came, or
Yeah, back.
The misty hallway.
Yeah, the misty hallway
Misty hallway. Got
where Cyrus's room is.
it.
Let's see something.
There you go.
Should be right there in Cyrus. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I haven't looked in there yet, and that's probably where it is.
I would bring it to Cyrus.
So
Cyrus doesn't really like us.
while I've got this going on, I'm gonna use my
Guard
mage
our stuff.
to open up The first door
Guard,
here,
like, he's
Cyrus's
not
door.
Yes,
Okay.
so-
I don't know what Cyrus is.
So I was gonna make sense.
Yeah.
Innuendos, like he was hoping he would die.
When you open the door, you see just a long and sagging bed. There's like faded tapestries of Castle Ravenloft. It's completely dusty. There's tons of junk on the floor, including broken swords, crumpled shields, and yeah.
I'll send one bone in there.
Okay.
Investigate.
Just one.
It does not return. At this moment, you do return as in it doesn't return.
Right.
At this moment, you do start to hear what sounds like the beginning of ceremony type music start flowing down the stairs.
All right, I'll head to the next. I'll open up the next door.
Okay.
Mage hand.
Mage handing open.
Yep.
Don't see
Send in some bones.
Kevin?
Send in bones.
They do not return.
Right. I'll make my way down and open up that next door there. Mage hand 30 feet across.
It's probably like fucking disguised as something else.
It does not.
Or they're like
Fine.
all shoved in the bag of holding.
No
It's just pretty
bones.
sort of-
Bones about it.
Okay, I'll send them down to the end of this hall
One.
and see what they find.
Same thing. They do not return. Fuck.
I think it was the water room.
Water room.
What would you like to do?
Well, the ceremony's about to start.
It is.
You're only
Maybe
hope
the-
Cormac's got
Yeah.
it.
Listen, at this point, there's no point in being at the ceremony.
You just
Yeah.
cause more of a scene coming in.
You
late.
think you would be noticed?
Oh fuck! Really?
Okay,
I
so
think
we
I
all
would
have assigned
notice.
seats. We all have assigned
Yeah.
seats.
Okay.
At least you narrowed it down. It's not.
Yeah, we were gonna have to do all of this at some point.
And if you come back,
It's not like you're coming back with no info.
we can talk to whoever you talk to and say like, where? Well, obviously, sorry, I'm probably meta right now. You know what I mean? Like, tell those people like we think it's in here. Please help us.
Badass would it be for you to just show up with all the weapons and shit goes down right away?
That's what I would like. We'd be able to return all the weapons.
Just pop back in.
Mhm.
The frustrating thing about coming down here is you can go
Everywhere.
everywhere. You can go down and then go all the way back up,
Mhm.
like the ways you could walk through this, and so they could just be all the way back upstairs for all we know.
They could be.
Yeah.
Absolutely could be.
Sounded like the Mardikovs found it.
You
They
think
told
that
us
they
that-
were told or
Somehow
like
got
some
They
overheard.
information?
Yeah.
Like they know the current location
Maybe, yeah.
of it to be in.
Imagine you didn't have those allies. How would you?
Yeah.
That's why the allies were so
It's
important.
through the water room.
It would
I
be pretty
cannot.
bad if you just hopped in
Oh,
on
man,
there,
I can
so
swim.
toss our weapons at us. And
But if I have time,
right on top of the boats.
You think it's starting within like a handful of minutes?
okay, then I'm gonna head back there with my bones, the water.
You're heading back down.
Yeah.
Okay. You think you'll probably miss the ceremony at that point?
miss it entirely. Or
No, like
miss the
at
It's the
beginning?
beginning. and
like
You
mid
noticed.
Yeah.
Miss the.
Also, maybe like a random question, but not really random.
Mhm.
Like, are we all, as players, super passionate about trying to save Irina? Like, that's what kind of everyone is feeling, or are some of us kind of on the fence? Like,
Like let her get married.
I'll let her die.
we're not doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about it not being bad until you came back and told us
Yeah.
you didn't want it.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
you all carved
Yeah.
it.
Just wanted to check because
Yeah, the cell that we could all leave was like actually like that
Spicy.
was our goal for some of us.
Okay.
But like,
The fact that we know that now.
yeah,
yeah,
because
Yeah.
it's just not going to end that way. If
Yeah.
especially if you don't.
Okay.
Reeves never would have taken the we can leave if he
Yeah.
thought people were still going to be prisoners.
Hmm.
But hearing that everybody would be free, then Reeves really would have no motivation. Like, if people don't like it here.
Yeah.
Like, leave. But getting that 20
Yeah.
and finding out that
Just
there's
'cause
a double
obviously
meaning to that.
it's
No, no.
it's a scary moment for probably like all the ones us all
Yeah,
of us
all of
as
us are like
players
looking
because
around, like
we're not sure like how many allies versus how many are not, and then especially like he said, like the abbot isn't there yet, and like anyways,
That was a
like
scary moment.
you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like shit's about to go down.
As you enter, as the music begins, and you enter the chapel, or rather, all of you would
Did you
be
come back?
not.
Fucking better.
We are switch because that's going to happen at the same time
This
that
is the same time.
this is happening.
He's yeah.
So each of you would be approached by the Vistani member and handed a card. You notice each one of you is not sitting next to one another. You are completely scattered throughout the wedding. Next to you, you would notice that you are surrounded by either members of the Vistani. You notice, however,
Not good.
who has the Wolfsbane with him?
I do.
You notice you're sitting alone.
Oh.
You think that there were people that were supposed to be sitting next to you, but the scent of the Wolfsbane is keeping them away.
Oh, shit.
Like, I have some in my bag too.
I also have some in my inventory.
You all have. Okay, so,
So
it would only matter for Lisbeth.
Yeah,
Okay.
but Merek made the incense that gave like 10 or like a
Yeah.
bunch to everyone.
So you notice the seats next to you are empty. There are 4 empty seats.
Boy, I'm happy we
Next
brought
to
that
you.
with us.
Next,
Train, yeah, you are surrounded by Vistani. Merek, you see that you are in the 3rd row. You're sitting right next to Aragol.
Wait, who's Eric again?
The bad Vistani that we all don't
Mhm.
like.
Yeah, the brother.
Are you saying?
Yeah. I am.
Merek.
Okay, good.
In
I
the
was gonna say if it
third-
was Sid, then Sid would
Can
probably
I do
kill.
something as before we take our seats?
Yeah.
Can I find a few like loose stones?
Pebbles, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I grabbed 3 loose stones.
Okay.
I still have the 3 stones that you gave me.
I got to
Is
I
Aragorn's
have to
son?
recast it.
Yeah.
Alexi or whatever.
Alexi is here, but he is not Aragol's son. He is
Oh.
just like a
Just-
named Vistani, basically. But
So is Aragol? Sorry, Aragol sitting next to me, and is there somebody else, or that's it?
and then somebody else, yeah.
Oh,
Like other Vistani, yeah.
They took
So-
my quickening candies are not magical, right?
Uh,
I completely forgot I had those.
oh, that's a good question. Does it count as magic?
They don't like
No, that's
do
science.
magic.
That's science. I would agree. I don't
It'd
think
be
they
the
count.
same as
They-
like carrying a
yeah.
potion in, right?
No, I don't think they count as magic. Well, do they count as magic?
It would be the same as a potion.
Our potions can mean
They took our poisons.
They
Yeah.
talk about poisons, but they
Like candy.
But it's like a
Candy's
food. Yeah.
it's food. I have
Yeah.
a couple mints in my pocket.
I think
some
if they didn't show up on detect
Yeah.
magic,
I think they're fine. They're fine.
Neat.
Okay, so
You passed those out.
I hadn't.
Yeah.
Oh.
I hadn't. So that's why I'm saying it now.
Because you completely
because
forgot about it.
I completely forgot about it.
Well, look,
So I
Maybe when
feel
you see that we're all going to be sitting in different areas.
Like-
yeah,
like
that's what I'm
Brent-
saying. I would.
Like Grandpa at church handing out like butterscotches.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would pass one to Cormac's not here, so I would pass. Yeah, like all 4 of you would get one.
When you give me mine, I just say, I'll come to you. Also, I'll take it, but
Okay.
when it comes to getting into battle formation, don't bother trying to come to me. I'm gonna go to you.
And to let you guys know that he would give you like he would let you guys know like if you need to get out fast, eat this.
Okay.
It would help. It's gonna count. It's cast as a bonus action. It gives you all haste
Holy
for
fuck.
one by d4. So you have to roll to see
Round.
for rounds. Yeah,
Holy shit.
Holy crap, that's strong.
I'm glad I just rolled.
Isn't
that.
haste normally like one round?
Yeah, because you just made
No,
those.
It's concentration.
It's
You still suffer the effects.
you. Yes, you
You
will
get
still suffer the
exhaustion.
effects, so you will still have exhaustion after.
Like,
And I think
keep that
actually
in
you
mind.
can't act for. You lose out on.
Is it exhaustion or is it just you can't act?
You can't act for one.
Yeah, I don't think
round.
haste is exhaustion.
All right.
You're like stunned.
But it will get pretty much you're stunned for one round, but it will get you out if you need to get out.
as you're seated, as you're seated, you notice that the chapel is awash with torchlight, and there are whispers amongst the guests as they all sit along the pews. There is soft harp music that floats down from the balcony above. And let me see, do I have a picture? Please hold. That's perfect. Let me put this on. This is the view from the balcony above.
Ooh.
As you look up, you notice a familiar figure. It is Cloven Bellevue, who's playing.
It was gonna be him.
Who is playing the music.
Oh my god.
You notice that it continues to compete with the storm that rages outside, and lightning flashes every so often that riles up the many bats that cling to the ceiling in this chamber. Strahd stands at the right side of the altar, Rahadin at his side, and on the left, Irina, along with her bridesmaids, are gathered. That includes...
Yeah, you're not sitting with us.
That
You're up there.
includes Chance. You notice Ismark
So random.
is standing up there next to you, Chance. No expense has been spared to beautify this chapel that looks like it does in this picture, but no amount of scrubbing can scour the tiles of these ancient bloodstains. It was here centuries ago that you learned that Strahd murdered his own brother and attempted to seize Tatiana before she fled and threw herself from the cliffs outside.
You remind me who Ismark.
That's the vampire dude.
Yeah.
That you met.
Ismark is Irina's real brother.
Oh yeah,
Irina's
yeah.
not real, brother.
Not real brother.
Not real brother. Yeah. Okay.
He's
The
the
one
one
who
who
told
told
us
us the
protect.
man.
Yeah, the other one was. I
The
already
other one
forget
was
the name.
Isaac.
Escher.
Escher.
But this is the first moment you've learned that the real, quote unquote, Tatiana threw herself
Yeah.
from the very cliffs that he threw his wife from. The altar, you notice, is chipped and stained, ancient and weather-worn, except for a silver statuette that's carved in the likeness of a priest kneeling in supplication. Strahd catches your eye and offers each one of you a fanged smile.
You're like.
Now, out from the flickering torchlight and dancing shadows, there is Irina. She's escorted down the aisle by her brother Ismark. The Devil's Bride is radiant, her auburn hair like fire in the torchlight. The flames dance in the ruby pendant hanging around her neck. The crowd hushes, men leer and women glower. Rahadin claps Strahd on the shoulder, and the two brothers share a smile. But who isn't smiling? Who amongst this flock of fools has no expression? It is Irina. Her eyes are dull, a distant, glazed-over look. Her lips lax. She marches down the aisle without fear, without effort, every step motionless or filled with motion, but as graceful as you have ever seen it. Ismark is grimacing as he holds his sister for what might be the last time, grimacing as he delivers her to the very monster that killed his father. Yet when Ismark glances at you, hope burns bright in his eyes. As they reach the podium, the officiator, a man who some of you recognize as Father Donovich from the village of Barovia. Does anybody remember him?
Okay.
Yeah.
He was the priest at the village of Barovia. His son Doru was turned into a vampire. He was under the floorboards, if you remember.
So when Merek took a survey of everything during the first 15 minutes Cormac was gone, did I find anything suspicious? We spent half an hour doing that.
Doing what, sir?
Well, remember I told you
We weren't in the chapel though.
no.
You're
but,
at the door. You wouldn't have noticed anything out of the ordinary about the door.
No, just the door. I said like the people, like if Strahd had planted like people in the crowd. Like-
well, you think there's just a lot of his allies here, but
Oh, okay. That's the answer.
yeah,
That's
you
the
would have
answer.
noticed like
Yeah, but there's nobody like with like hidden crossbows and stuff like
I
that.
see. I
Like
see.
there is the obvious like
Yeah, I see.
Vestonian
Yeah,
stuff,
no, there's no
but
one.
there's no like an additional
No.
like security apparatus operating.
Not that you can tell.
Okay, that yeah.
Who's sitting near me? Just random Vistani.
Yeah, I would just say like random Vistani and yeah. Actually, probably the three heads.
Oh, mother.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell?
Pick up the short.
And where's Jenny sitting
She's sitting on the opposite side
of all of us?
Where the house
Oh,
is.
this is.
Oh, on the other side of all the heads.
Which side of the room are we sitting on? Are we with the bride or the groom?
You are all spread out throughout. So some of you be on the left, some on the right.
And Jenny can see me.
Yeah.
Where I'm standing.
Yeah. You notice Father Donovich, he begins a very strained and clearly Mercer would know a very well rehearsed speech. Dearly beloved, dearly despised, we are gathered here tonight to witness the wedding of Count Strahd von Zarvich, son of Barov and Irina, daughter of Kolien. We are here today to witness the culmination of their courtship that has spanned 4 centuries and several lives, but this is not the final chapter. The warmth of his grace shall nourish Barovia, shall thaw its stony heart and ring out across this fair country. Their love is a beacon of hope. If only Irina's late father could see her joy on this day. She comes as an orphan, just as our Lord Strahd has lived for so many years. From their shared sorrow, a new family will bloom. Count Strahd von Zarvich, he is ancient, he is the land, he is the joy in our joy. His hope is our hope, his love is our love. All is not well in Barovia, but starting today it shall be. With our liege's heart mended, we shall as one people, as one country heal as well, and all will at last be well. You notice then he kind of clears his throat. If there is any among you that have just cause for why these two ought not to be wed, speak now or forever hold your peace. And maybe this is a good time then today, session.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
While he's speaking, can I
You are
start
lucky
working?
that you said that, Jeff.
But
You were literally on the edge of.
No. I was. Eric's gonna do something.
While he's speaking, can I essentially work the thread out of the sewn
Yeah.
pouch? So basically, while he's talking, I'm like, loosening it up and setting it.
Also, the fact that gadgeteers have unlimited bombs is because it's kind of an assumed, like, the materials are kind of like easy on hand for him. So would I still be able to use those?
I think so.
Because they're not necessarily like always. I don't hold assembled bombs. It's just something that I
You kind of
assemble.
make,
Like on the spot.
You're like MacGyver.
I'm MacGyver.
You're like-
Yeah. It's actually in like on the gadgeteer thing. There's a section called like unlimited resources ? Like you can just assume that you can always find like ample materials.
You're like
Yeah,
Rocket from Guardians of the
find-
Galaxy that's literally just grabbing random scraps and creating like a nuclear bomb.
Matt, I can't find a fucking branch in the forest to make an arrow, but you have
Yeah, I
It
can't.
makes perfect sense.
It's not. It's around. So
No,
it's kind of a
the
weird thing.
quality of no.
It's, but the weird thing for
Onto
the
the
arrow
little
thing is like
for
the
now.
arrowheads, the fletching,
Put
is
them in
that
here.
part that is like the more.
No, I was just talking about.
If I put them in my bag, they're gonna get lost.
Right.
So
That,
No,
so that's one thing.
I'll empty
that,
my bag again tomorrow.
But so that's one thing that Kittles even said. He said scavenging is
We still-
designed to be slow.
Are we still live?
Like it's better that you would go out and buy.
Yes.
Like that's it. That's like the.
Yeah, but then why?
Like I think the wood and that sort of stuff is more for like the wood carving. Like if you're really looking to make something out of the wood.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
making arrows is wood